Hello! Alright, so today we will be about almost halfway done with the book. I'm excited. I did some calculations. Sorry. And if we keep up with this 6-chapter reading every Saturday and Sunday, skipping the 14th and the 15th, of course, because I have prior obligations that day, or those days. Give me 1 second. I was not expecting to have to do a break this quick. I'm sorry about that, guys. You know, things don't help when you're the only parent home and trying to do things. Ew. As I was saying. I did some calculations, and with reading, continuously reading this up to 6 chapters for the next, or for every Saturday and Sunday, excluding the 14th and the 15th because I have prior obligations those days. We should be complete with Fourth Wing by the 21st, which is a Saturday, and then be able to start Iron Flame on the 22nd, which is a Sunday, the day before, the Sunday before Christmas. Yay! So yeah, we should be done because Iron Flame is a bigger book. That one should take us up to the 19th, which is the Sunday before Onyx Storm is released. So at least we won't have to go a whole week worth of cliffhangers for you guys to understand what's going on. And don't have to do a big refresher over the week. So, yay! Alright. Let's get into the first chapter of today, which is chapter 19. Let's jump to the reading. As a reminder to anybody who is brand new, who has just tuned in, I am reading up to... Oh, let me get there. I'm reading up to 6 chapters a day, every Saturday and Sunday, up until of both Fourth Wing and Iron Flame, up until the release of the 3rd book in the series, which is called Onyx Storm. I am going to do a personal read of Onyx Storm, which will probably take me up until that Saturday anyways. So if you guys are interested in me continuing in reading Onyx Storm, let me know, and maybe I will maybe I'll start reading it that Saturday, maybe the week after, It depends on how long it takes me to read it, because I will be reading it while I'm at work that week that it is being released. Anywho, yeah, so, but yeah, so if you've missed the past 3, readings, they are up on my YouTube channel, and as soon as I finish this one, it will be up on my YouTube channel too. So, let's start chapter 19. Alright, let's start it. Chapter 19. What the hell? It's as if everyone in my room has turned to stone. But I know that can't be true. Oren's body is warm behind me, his skin malleable under my fingers, and I shift my grip and shove his bloody forearm, forcing the blade away from my neck. A single drop of blood drips from the sharp tip, splattering on the hardwood, and there's a trickle of wetness down my throat. Quick! I can't hold it! Andarna urges, her voice thready. She's doing this? I gulp, heaving breaths through my battered windpipe, and duck under Oren's forearm, freeing myself, then sidestep quickly in silence. Complete, unearthly silence. The clock on my desk isn't ticking, and I squeeze between Oren's elbow and a giant guy who used to be from Second Wing. No one breathes. Their gazes are frozen. To the left, the woman I sliced open is hunched over, clutching her forearm, and the man I stabbed is leaned against the wall on the right, staring in horror at his thigh. I mark time in thousands heartbeats as I stumble into the only open space in my room, but my path to the now open door isn't clear. Xaden fills the doorway like some kind of dark avenging angel, the messenger of the Queen of the Gods. He's fully dressed, his face a mask of veritable rage as shadow curls from the walls on either side of him, hanging in midair. For the first time since crossing the parapet, I'm so fucking relieved to see him that I could cry. And Darna gasps in my mind, and chaos resumes. Nausea clenches my stomach. It's about damn time, Terran rumbles. Xaden's gaze snaps to mine, his onyx eyes flaring in shock for no longer than a millisecond before he strides forward, his shadow streaming before him as he stands at my side. He snaps his fingers and the room illuminates, mage lights hovering above us. You're all fucking dead. His voice is eerily calm, and all the scarier for it. Every head in the room turns. Ryerson? Oren's dagger clatters to the floor. You think surrendering will save you? Xaden's lethal, soft tone sends goosebumps up my arms. It is against our code to attack another rider in their sleep. But you know he never should have bonded her. Oren puts his hands up, his palms facing us. You of all people have reasons enough to want the weakling dead. We're just correcting a mistake. Dragons don't make mistake. Xaden's shadows grab every assailant but Oren by the throat, then constrict. Sorry, my nose is stuffy today. They struggle, but it doesn't matter. Their faces turn purple, the shadows holding tight, as they sag to their knees, falling in an arc in front of me like lifeless puppets. I can't find it in my heart to pity them. Xaden prowls forward as though he has all the time in the world and holds out his palms as yet another tendril of darkness lifts my discarded dagger from the floor. Let me explain. Oren's eyes the dagger and his hands tremble. I've heard everything I need to hear. Xaden's fingers curl around the hilt. She should have killed you in the field, but she's merciful. That's not a flaw I possess. He slashes forward so quickly that I barely catch the move, and Oren's throat opens in a horizontal line, blood streaming down his neck and chest in a torrent. He grabs for his throat, but it's useless. He bleeds out in seconds, crumpling to the floor. A crimson puddle grows around him. Damn, Xaden? Garrick walks in, sheathing his sword as his gaze rakes over the room. No time for questioning? His glance sweeps to me as if cataloging injuries catching on my throat. No need for it, Xaden counters as Bodhi enters, doing the same quick assessment Garrick had. The similarity between the cousins still gives me pause. Bodhi has the same bronzed skin and strong brow line, but his features aren't as angular as Xaden's. But his eyes are a lighter shade of brown. He looks like a softer, more approachable version of his older cousin. But my body doesn't heat at the sight of him the way it does around Xaden. Or maybe Oren just strangled the common sense out of me? An illogical laugh bubbles up through my lips, and all three men look at me like I've hit my head. Let me guess, Bodhi says, rubbing the back of his neck. We're on cleanup? Call in help if you need it, Xaden answers with a nod. Bodies. I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm alive. I repeat the mantra in my head as Xaden wipes the blood from my dagger on the back of Oren's tunic. Yes, you're alive. Xaden steps over Oren's body and two others retrieving my dagger from the fallen woman's shoulder before reaching my armoire. I don't even recognize her, and yet she tried to kill me. Garrick and Bodhi haul out the first bodies. I didn't realize I'd said that out loud. The trembling starts in my knees, and then nausea overpowers me. I thought I'd worked past this kind of reaction to adrenaline, but here I am, shaking like a leaf as Xaden sorts through my armoire like he hasn't just taken out half a dozen people. As if this kind of slaughter is commonplace. It's the shock, he says, whipping my cloak from its hook and retrieving a pair of boots. Are you hurt? His words are clipped and break whatever temporary block I had on the pain. It comes flooding back in a throbbing wave that centers in my back. So much for the adrenaline rush. Every breath feels like I'm shoving my lungs against broken glass, so I keep them short and shallow. And I manage to stay on my feet, retreating until I feel the stone wall against my uninjured side, letting it take my weight. Come on, violence. His cajoling words are at odds with his terse tone, as he folds my cloak over his arm and brings my boots through the remaining bodies he's left on the floor. Pull your shit together and tell me where you're hurt. He's killed 6 people without so much as a spot of blood on his midnight black leathers. My boots hit the ground next to my feet, and my cloak lands on the little armchair in the corner. Oh my god, why am I so stuffy today? Ugh. I can barely breathe. But can I risk admitting my current weakness to him? My fingers are warm under my chin as he tilts my head up so our gazes collide. Wait, is that a hint of panic swirling in his? You're breathing like crap, so I guess it has to do with my ribs. I finish before he can guess. Trying to mask the pain isn't going to work with him. The one by the bed hit the side of my ribs with the sword, but I think they're just bruised. There hadn't been the telltale snap, there hadn't been the telltale snap that comes with broken bones. Must have been a dull sword, he cocks an eyebrow. Unless it has something to do with why you sleep in your leather vest. Trust him, Taryn demands. It's not that easy. It has to be, for now. It's dragon scale. I lift my right arm and pivot slightly so he can see the gaping hole in my nightdress. Mira made it for me. It's why I've lived this long. He glances between our bodies, his mouth tensing before he nods once. Ingenious, though I'd say there are multiple reasons for why you've made it this far. Before I can argue that point, his gaze shifts to my throat and narrows at what I imagine has to be the purple imprint of a hand. I should have killed him slower. I'm fine. I'm not. His focus snaps back to my eyes. Never lie to me. He says it with such ferocity, but out through gritted teeth, that I can't help but nod and promise. It hurts, I admit. Let me see. I open and shut my mouth twice. Is that a request or a demand? Your pick, as long as I get to see that fucker, see if that fucker broke your ribs. His hands curl into fists. Two other men walk in through the open door. Garrick and Bodhi follow closely after. They're all dressed, fully clothed. I glanced at the clock. 2 a.m. Take those two and we'll get the last one, Garrick orders, and the others get to work, carrying the last of the bodies out through the door. I can't help but notice they all have rebellion relics shimmering up their arms, but I keep that observation. Oh my god, what is wrong with me today? That observation to myself. Thank you, Xaden says, then flicks his hand and my door shuts with a soft click. Now, let me see your ribs. We're wasting time. I swallow, then nod. Better to know now if they're broken anyway. I turn my back to on him, and I can see his face in the full-length mirror as I shrug out of the billowing sleeves of my nightdress, holding the material above my breast as it dips to the back of my to my waist. You'll have to. I know how to handle a corset. His jaw flex once, and something that reminds me of a raw hunger flitters across his expression before he locks it down, drawing my hair over my shoulders with surprising gentleness. His fingers skim my bare skin, and I suppress a shiver, locking my muscles so I don't arc into his touch. What the hell is wrong with me? There's still blood on my floor, and yet my breasts are tight for the entirely wrong reason, as he makes quick work of the laces, starting at the bottom. He wasn't lying. He absolutely knows his way around a corset. How the hell do you get yourself into this thing every morning? He asked, clearing his throat as inch after inch of my back is exposed. I'm freakishly flexible. It's part of the whole bone snapping, joints tearing thing, I answer over my shoulder. I'm sorry. I need to keep my composure. Let me read. Oh, let me breathe for a second. I'm freakishly flexible. It's part of the whole bone snapping, joints tearing thing, I answer over my shoulder. Our eyes meet and warmth flutters through my stomach. The moment is gone as quickly as it came, and he pulls my armor apart, inspecting my right side. Gentle fingers stroke over the abused ribs, then prod carefully. You'll have one hell of a bruise, but I don't think they're broken. That's what I thought. Thank you for checking. It should be awkward, but somehow it isn't, even as he laces me back up, securing the ends. You'll live. Turn around. I do, tugging my nightdress back over my shoulders, and he drops to his knees on the floor before me. My eyes widen. Xaden Ryerson is kneeling before me, his black hair at the perfect level for me to run my fingers through the thickness. It's probably the only thing that's soft about him. How many women have felt those strands between their fingers? Why the hell do I care? You're going to have to walk through the pain, and we have to do it fast. He grabs a boot, then taps my foot. Can you lift it up? I nod, lifting my foot. Then he robs me of every logical thought by putting on my boots and lacing them one at a time. This is the same man who had no problems with my death just a few months ago, and my brain can't seem to wrap itself around the different sides of him. Let's go. He wraps my cloak around my shoulder and buttons it at my collar like I'm something precious. Now I know I'm in shock because I'm anything but precious to Zayden Ryerson. His gaze drifts over my hair and he blinks once before tugging my hood up over the fading dark to light mass. Then he grasps my hand and tugs me into the hallway. His fingers are strong as they curl around mine, his grip firm but not too tight. Every other door is shut. The attack wasn't even loud enough to rouse my neighbors. I'd be dead by now if Zayden hadn't shown up, even if I had managed to get out of Oren's hold. But how did that happen? Where are we going? The hallways are dimly lit. The blue mage lights, the kind that signal it's still night for those without windows, keep talking loud enough for others to hear, and someone will stop us before we get anywhere. Can't you just hide us in shadows or something? Sure, because a giant black cloud moving down the hallway isn't going to look more suspicious than a couple sneaking around. He shoots me a look that keeps me from countering. Point taken. Not that we're a couple. Not that I wouldn't climb the man like a tree if presented with the right set of circumstances. I cringe as we make it to the main hallway of the dormitory. There will never, ever be a right set of circumstances when it comes to him, let alone right after he's executed half a dozen people. But in my defense, and in a sick, twisted way, his rescue was pretty damned hot. Even if he is hauling me down the hallway at an untenable speed. Even if he only did it because my life is tied to his. My chest screams for a break, but there is none to be found as he leads me past the spiral staircase that leads up to the second and third dorms and into the rotunda. Ugh. It's going to take weeks for my ribs to fully heal. Our boots against the marble floor are the only sounds as we pass into the academic wing. Instead of turning left towards the sparring gym, he takes us right, down a set of stairs that I know leads to storage. Halfway down the steps, he pauses and I nearly run into the sword strapped to his back. Then he gestures with his right hand, keeping mine in his left. Click. Zayden pushes on the stones and a hidden door swings open. Holy shit, I whisper at the expansive tunnel revealed before us. Hope you're not afraid of the dark. He pulls me inside and suffocating darkness envelops us as the door closes. This is fine. This is absolutely fine. But just in case you are, Zayden says, his voice at full volume as he snaps. A mage light hovers above our head, illuminating our surroundings. Thanks. The tunnel is supported by arches of stone, and the floor is smooth, as though it's been traveled more than its entrance lets on. It smells like earth, but it's dank. And it goes on for what seems like an eternity. Ah! He drops my hand and starts walking. Keep up. You could, I wince. Fuck, my chest hurts. Be a little more considerate. I trudge after him, dropping my hood. I'm not going to baby you like Atos does, he says without turning around. But that's only going to get you killed once you get out of Basgiath. He doesn't baby me. He does, and you know it. You hate it too, if the vibe I'm picking up on is any indication. He falls back to walk by my side. Or did I read that wrong? He thinks this place is too dangerous for someone like me, and after what just happened, I'm not sure I can really argue with him. I was asleep. That's the only time we're supposed to be guaranteed safety around here. I don't think I'll bother sleeping again. I shoot a look sideways at his irrationally gorgeous profile. And if you even think about suggesting that you sleep with me for safety from now on, he scoffs. Hardly. I don't fuck first years, even when I was one, let alone you. Who said anything about fucking? I fire back, cursing myself as the ache in my ribs only intensifies. I'd have to be a masochist to sleep with you, and I can assure you I'm not. Fantasizing about it doesn't count. Masochist, huh? A corner of his mouth quirks into a smirk. You hardly give off snuggle morning after vibes. A smile of my own curves my lips. Unless you're worried about me killing you while we sleep. We round a corner and the tunnel continues. I have zero concern about that. As violent as you are and skilled with those daggers, I'm not even sure you could kill a fly. Don't think I didn't notice that you managed to wound 3 of them and never went for a kill shot. He shoots a disapproving look my way. I've never killed anyone. I whisper, like it's a secret. You're going to have to get over that. All we are after graduation are weapons, and it's best if we are honed before leaving the gates. Is that where we're going? Are we leaving the gates? I've lost all sense of direction in here. We're going to ask Taryn what the hell just happened. Zayden's jaw flexes. And I'm not talking about the attack. How the hell did they get past your locks? I shrug, but don't bother to explain. There's no way he'll believe me. I barely believe it myself. We'd better figure it out so it doesn't happen again. I refuse to sleep on your fucking floor like some kind of guard dog. Wait, is this another way to the flight field? I do my best to mentally wall off the pain in my throat and ribs. He's bringing me to you, I tell Taryn. I know. Are you going to tell me what that was in there? I would if I knew. Yes, Zayden says, and the path curves again. It's not exactly common knowledge, and I'm going to ask you to tuck this little tunnel into the field of secrets you keep on my behalf. Let me guess, and you'll know if I tell? Yes, another smirk appears, and I look away before he can catch me staring. Are you going to promise me another favor? Sorry. Are you going to promise me another favor? The path begins to climb, and the ascent to anything but gentle. Everything beneath, every breath reminds me of what happened less than an hour ago. Having one of my favors is more than enough, and we've already reached mutually assured destruction status, Sorengale. Now, can you push through it, or do you need me to carry you? That sounds like an insult, not an offer. You're catching on! But his pace slows to match mine. The ground shifts beneath my feet as though it's rocking, but I know better. It's my head, the result of the pain and stress. My steps wobble. Zayden's arm wraps around my waist, steadying me. I hate how his touch elevates my heart rate as we continue the climb, but I don't protest. I don't want to be grateful for anything when it comes to him, but man, if this minty scent of his isn't delicious. What were you doing tonight anyway? What makes you ask? His tone clearly insinuates that I shouldn't. Too bad. You made it to my room within minutes, and you're not exactly dressed for sleeping. He's strapped with a sword for crying out loud. Maybe I sleep with my armor too. Then you should pick more trustworthy bedmates. He snorts, a flash of a smile appearing for a heartbeat. A real one, not the fake, forced sneer I'm used to seeing or the cocky little smirk. A honest, heart-stopping smile that I'm anything but immune to. It's gone as fast as it appears, though. So you're not going to tell me? I ask. I'd be frustrated if I didn't hurt so damn much. But I'm not even going to touch why he needed to haul us all the way to Terran when I can chat with him anytime I want. Unless he wants to talk to Terran, which is ballsy. Nope, third year business. He lets go when we reach the stone-walled end of the tunnel. A few hand gestures and another click sounds before he pushes open the door. We step out into crisp, freezing, cold November air. What the hell? I whisper. The door is built into a stack of boulders on the eastern side of the field. It's camouflaged. Xaden waves a hand and the door closes, blending into the rock as if it is part of it. There's a sound I now recognize as the steady beats of wings, and I look up to see 3 dragons block out the stars as they descend. The earth shudders as they land in front of us. I'm guessing the wing glitter wants a word. Terran steps forward, and Sigale follows, her wings tucked in tight, her golden eyes narrowing on me. Andarna scurries between Sigale's claws, galloping towards us. She skids the last dozen feet, paws digging into the ground, to stop just in front of me, bringing her nose to my ribs as an urgent sense of anxiety fills my head, swamping me with feelings I know aren't mine. No broken bones, I promise, stroking my hand over the bumpy ridges of her head. They're just bruised. You sure? She asks, worry widening her eyes. As sure as I can be, I force a smile. Trudging out here in the middle of the night is worth it to alleviate her anxiety. Yes, I want a word. What the hell kind of powers are you channeling to her? Xaden demands, staring up at Terran like he isn't Terran. Yep, ballsy. Every muscle in my body locks. Sure, that Terran is about to torch Xaden for impudence. None of your business what I choose or do not choose to channel toward my rider. Terran answers with a growl. This isn't going well. He says, I heard him. Xaden counters, not sparing me a glance. You what? My eyebrows hit my hairline, and Andarna retreats to stand with the others. Dragons only talk to their riders. That's what I've always been taught. It's absolutely my business when you expect me to protect her, Xaden retorts, his voice rising. I got the message to you just fine, human. Terran's head swivels in that snake-like motion that puts me on alert. He's more than agitated. And I barely made it. The words come out clipped through clenched teeth. She would have been dead if I'd been 30 seconds later. Seems like you had 30 seconds gifted to you. Terran's chest rumbles with a growl. And I'd like to know what the fuck happened in there. I inhale sharply. Don't hurt him, I begged Terran. He saved me. I've never seen someone so much as dare to speak to another rider's dragon, let alone yell at one, especially not one as powerful as Terran. Oh, sorry, reposition myself. He grumbles in response. We need to know what happened in that room. Xaden's dark gaze cuts through me like a knife for a millisecond before he glares back at Terran. Do not dare to try and read me, human, or you'll regret it. Terran's mouth opens, his tongue curling in a motion I know all too well. I move between the two and tilt my chin at Terran. He's just a little freaked out. Don't scorch him. At least we agree on something. At least we agree on something. A feminine voice sounds through my head. Sigale. In awe, I blink up at the navy blue daggertail as Xaden moves to my side. She talked to me. I know, I heard. He folds his arms across his chest. It's because they're mates. It's the same reason I'm chained to you. You make it sound so pleasant. I'm not. He turns to face me. But you and I are exactly that, Violence. We're chained. tethered. You die, I die. So I damn well deserve to know how the hell you were under Sifrit's knife 1 second and across the room in another. Is that the signet power you manifested with Terran? Come clean now. His eyes bore into me. I don't know what happened, I answer honestly. Nature likes all things in balance, Andarta says, like she's reciting facts, just like I do when I'm nervous. That's the first thing we're taught. I pivot to face the golden dragon, repeating what she said to Xaden. What is that supposed to mean? He asked me, not her. Guess that means he can hear Terran, but not Andarta. Well, not the first thing, Andarta sits, flickering her feather tail along the frost-laden grass. The first thing is we shouldn't bond until we're full grown. She cocks her head to the side. Or maybe the first is where the sheep are. I like goats better, though. This is why feathertails don't bond. This is why feathertails don't bond. Terran sighs with a hefty dose of exasperation. Let her explain, Sigale urges, clicking her talons like nails on the ground. Feathertails shouldn't bond because they can accidentally gift their powers to humans. Andarna continues. Dragons can't channel. Not really. Until we're big, and we're all born with something special. I relay the message. Like a signet? I ask out loud so Xaden can hear. No, Sigale answers. A signet is a combination of our power with your own ability to channel. It reflects who you are at the core of your being. Andarna sits up and tilts her head proudly. But I gave my gift directly to you, because I'm still a feathertail. I repeat again, staring at the smaller dragon. Almost nothing is known about feathertails because they're never seen outside the veil. They're guarded. I swallow. Wait, what did she say? You're still a feathertail? Yep. For another couple of years, probably. She blinks slowly, and then cracks a yawn, her forked tail curling. I was gonna say forked. Oh God, you're a hatchling? I whisper. I am not, and Darna puffs steam into the air. I'm 2. The hatchlings can't even fly. She's a what? Xaden's gaze swings between Andarna and me. I glare up at Terran. You let a juvenile bond? A juvenile train for war? We mature at a much faster rate than humans, he argues, having the nerve to look affronted. Sorry, let me reposition my butt. And I'm not sure anyone lets Andarna do anything. How much faster? I gasped. She's 2 years old. She'll be full grown in a year or 2, but some are slower than others, Sigale answers. And if I thought she'd actually bond, I would have objected harder to her right of benefaction. She chuffs at Andarna in obvious disapproval. Hold on, is Andarna yours? Xaden walks a step towards Sigale, and the tone in his voice is one I've never heard. He's hurt. Have you hidden a hatchling away from me for these last 2 years? Don't be ridiculous. Sigale blows out a blast of air that ruffles Xaden's hair. Do you think I'd let my offspring bond while still feathered? Her parents passed before hatching, Terran answers. My heart sinks. Oh, I'm sorry, Andarna. I have lots of elders, she responds, as though that makes up for it. But having lost my dad, I know it doesn't. Not enough to keep you off the threshing field, Terran grumbles. Feathertails don't bond because their power is too unpredictable, unstable. Unpredictable? Xaden questions. The same way you wouldn't hand a toddler your signet, would you, wing leader? Terran grunts when Andarna sags against his foreleg. Gods no, I could barely control it as a first year. Xaden shakes his head. It's odd to imagine Xaden ever not being in control. Hell, I'd pay good money to see him lose it. Sorry. To be the one he lost it with. Nope. I shut that thought down immediately. Exactly. Bonding too young allows them to give their gift directly, and a writer could easily drain them and burn out. Alright. Why am I hold on, why am I losing frames? Yeah, I'm gonna pause it right here. I'm gonna see what's going on with my internet, then I will come back to you guys. Give me 1 second. Alright, I am so sorry about that. I have no idea what the hell that was. Um, that was just random. I looked down and all of a sudden I'm I'm like, apparently I had an unstable connection for stream, but we're back. I guess I will have to mark that time in my thing. Alright. Let's continue to finish this chapter. Which it's funny because we don't have that many pages left, but yeah. Hopefully I'll figure something out within, I don't know, next few minutes. Anywho. Of course you wouldn't have known. Oh, sorry, of course you wouldn't have known. Feather tails aren't supposed to be seen, Tyrion says, glancing sideways at his mate. She doesn't even roll her eyes. If leadership knew writers could take her gifts for themselves rather than depending on their own signets, Xaden says, staring at Andarna as she blinks slower and slower. She'd be hunted, I finish quietly. Which is why you can't tell anyone what she is, Sigil says. Hopefully she'll mature once you're out of the quadrant, and the elders are already placing more stringent protections on the Feathertails. I won't, I promise. And Darna, thank you. Or I won't, I promise. And Darna, thank you. Whatever you did saved my life. I made time stop. Her mouth drops open into another jaw-cracking yawn, but only for a little bit. Wait, what? My stomach hits the ground as I stare into Indarna's golden eyes and forget the pain, the solid earth beneath my feet, even the need to breathe as shock rolls through me, robbing me of logic. No one can stop time. Nothing can stop time. It's unheard of. What did she say? Xaden asks, gripping my shoulders to steady me. Terran growls, and a puff of steam blasts us both. I'd take your hands off the writer. Sagail warns. Xaden loosens his grips, but continues to cradle my shoulders. Tell me what she said, please. His mouth tightens, and I know that last bit cost him. She can pause time, I force out, stumbling over my words briefly. Xaden's features slacken, and for the first time, he doesn't look like the stalwart lethal wing leader I met on the parapet. He's flat out shocked as his gaze swings to Andarna. You can stop time? And now we can stop it. She blinks slowly, and I can feel exhaustion wafting off her. Channeling that gift to me tonight cost her. She can barely keep her eyes open. In small increments, I whisper. In small increments? Xaden echoes slowly, like he's absorbing the information. And if I use it too much, I can kill you? I say softly to Andarna. Kill us. She stands on all four paws, but I know you won't. I'll do my best to be worthy. The ramifications of this gift, this exceptional power, hit me like a death blow, and my stomach bottoms out. Sorry, let's change the page. There we go. Is Professor Carr going to kill me too? Every gaze whips towards me, and Xaden's grip tightens on my shoulders, his thumbs stroking into a soothing motion. Why would you think that? He killed Jeremiah. I push the panic away and focus on the tiny golden flecks in Xaden's onyx eyes. You saw him snap his neck like a twig right in front of the whole quadrant. Jeremiah was an intrinsic. Xaden's voice lowers. A mind reader is a capital offense. You know that. And what are they going to do if they find out I can stop time? Terror freezes the blood in my veins. They're not going to find out. Xaden promises. No one is going to tell them. Not you, not me, not them. He motions with one hand towards our trio of dragons. Understand? He's right, Terran says. They can't find out, and there's no saying how long you'll have the ability. Most Feathertail gifts disappear with maturity, when they begin to channel. Andarna cracks another yawn, looking nearly dead at her feet. Get some sleep, I tell her. Thank you for helping me tonight. Let's go, Golden One, Terran says, and they all bend slightly, then launch, wind gusting against my face. Andarna struggles, her wings beating twice as hard, and Terran flies up underneath her, taking her weight and continuing on to the veil. Promise me you won't tell anyone about the time stopping, Xaden asks as we head back into the tunnel, but it feels an awful lot like a command. It's not just for your safety. Rare abilities, when kept secret, are the most valuable form of currency we possess. My brow furrows as I study the stark lines of the Rebellion relic that wind up his neck, marking him as a traitor's son. Warning everyone that he's not to be trusted. Maybe he's telling me to keep quiet for his own gain, so he can use me later, down the road. At least that means he intends for me to be alive at a later date. We need to figure out how unbonded cadets got into your room, he says. There was a rider there, I tell him. Someone who ran away before you arrived. She must have unlocked it from the outside. Who? He halts, taking my elbow gently and turning me toward him. I shake my head. There's no way he'll believe me. I barely believe it myself. At some point, you and I are going to have to start trusting each other, Sorengale. The rest of our lives depend on it. Fury swims in Zayden's eyes. Now tell me, who? Alrighty, that's the end of chapter 19. It was a bit longer than I thought it would have been. um, so I think that was mostly because of the, little mishap. But we'll be back in a little bit for chapter 20. For those of you who are watching on Twitch, I'm going to be running a couple ads during this break because normally I had the ads just randomly running, but I'm going to properly run them during my breaks. So I'll be right back. All right. Let's get into chapter 20, shall we? All right. Chapter 20. Orin Seafrit, Captain Fitzgibbon finishes reading the death roll and closes the scroll as we stand in formation the next morning, our breath creating clouds in the chilled air. We commend their souls to Mallet. There's no room for sorrow in my heart for six of the eight names, not when I'm shifting my weight to soothe the ache of the black and blue along my ribs, and ignoring the way the other riders stare at the ring of bruises I wear around my throat. The two others on today's list are third years from Second Wing, killed on a training operation near the Breivik border, according to breakfast gossip, and I can't help but wonder if that's where Xaden had been before coming to my rescue that last night. I can't believe they tried to kill you while you were sleeping, Rhiannon, still seething at breakfast after I told our table what happened. Maybe Xaden is fighting to keep last night's events a secret to hide what a liability I really am to him, because no one else in leadership knows. He didn't say a single word after I told him who unlocked the door, so I have no clue if he believes me or not. Even worse, I think I'm getting used to it. Either I have a kick-ass compartmentalization skills, or I'm really acclimating to always being a target. Captain Fitzgibbons makes some minor announcements, and I tune him out as someone strides our way, cutting through the space between the flame and tail section of our wing. Just like it always does, my stupid hormone-driven heart stutters at the first sight of Xaden. Even the most effective poisons come in pretty packages, and Xaden's exactly that. As beautiful as he is lethal, he looks deceptively calm as he approaches, and I can feel his tension as if it's my own. Like a panther prowling towards his prey, the wind ruffles his hair, and I sigh at the completely unfair advantage he has over every man in the courtyard. He doesn't even have to try to look sexy, he just is. Oh shit, the feeling right there. The way my breath catches and my entire body draws tight when he's near is why I haven't taken anyone to bed or celebrated like the rest of my perfectly normal friends. This feeling is why I haven't wanted anyone else. Because I want him. There aren't enough curse words in the world for this. His gaze locks with mine just long enough to quicken my pulse before he addresses Dane, ignoring Fitzgibbon's announcement behind him. There's a change to your squad role. Wing leader, Dane questions, his spine straightening. We just absorbed 4 from the dissolution of the 3rd squad. Yes, Xaden looks to the right, where 2nd squad, tail section, stands at attention. Belden, we're making a role change. Yes, sir, the squad leader nods once. Atos, Vaughn Penley will be leaving your command, and you'll be gaining Liam Mari from tail section. Dane's mouth snaps shut, and he nods. We all watch as the 2 first-year riders exchange places. Penley's only been with us since threshing, so there's no heartfelt goodbye from our original squad, but the other 3 grumble. Liam nods at Xaden, and my stomach twists. I know exactly why he's being put under Dane's command. The guy is massive, as tall as Sawyer and as built as Dane, with light blonde hair, prominent nose, blue eyes, and a sprawling rebellion relic that begins at his wrist and disappears under the sleeves of his tunic, gives his mission away. I do not need a bodyguard, I snap at Zayden. Am I out of line speaking to a wing leader that way? Absolutely. Do I care? Not one bit. He ignores me, facing Dane. Liam is statistically the strongest first year in the quadrant. He has the fastest time up the gauntlet, hasn't lost a single challenge, and is bonded to an exceptionally strong red daggertail. Any squad would be lucky to have him, and he's all yours, Atos. You can thank me when you win the squad battle in the spring. Liam steps into formation behind me, taking Penley's place. I do not need a bodyguard. I repeat a little louder this time. I could give two fucks who hears me. One of the first years behind me gasps, mortified by my audacity, no doubt. Imogen snorts. Good luck with that approach. Zayden walks past Dane and stands directly in front of me, leaning into my space. You do. Though, as we both learned last night, and I can't be everywhere you are. But Liam here, he points back to the blonde, tier. He's a first year, and he can be in every class and every challenge, and I even had him assigned to library duty, so I hope you get used to him, Sorengale. You're overstepping. My nails bite into my palms. You haven't begun to see overstepping, he warns, his voice dropping low, sending a shiver down my spine. Any threat against you is a threat against me, and as we've already established, I have more important things to do than step on your floor. Or than sleep on your floor. Both work. Heat flushes up my neck and stains my cheek. He is not sleeping in my room. Of course not. He frickin' smirks, and my traitorous stomach dips. I had him moved into the one next to yours. Wouldn't want to overstep. He turns on his heel and walks away, headed back to his place at the front of our formation. Fucking mated dragons, Dane seethes, keeping his eyes forward. Fitzgibbon finishes his announcement and steps to the back of the dais, which would usually sign the end of formation, but Commandant Panchek takes the podium. He makes it a habit to avoid morning formation, which means something is up. What's going on with Panchek? Rhiannon asks at my side. Not sure. I take a deep breath, wincing at the pain in my ribs. It has to be something big if he's fumbling with a codex up there, Rhiannon says. Quiet, Dane orders, glancing back over his shoulder at us for the first time this morning. He does a double take, his eyes flaring wide as he catches sight of my neck. Vi? He hasn't spoken to me since our fight yesterday. Gods, how has it been less than 24 hours when I feel like a completely different person? I'm fine, I assure him, and he's still staring at my throat, locked in shock. Squad leader Atos, people are staring. We hold way more than our share of the attention as Commandant Panchek begins to speak at the podium, telling us that there's another matter to handle this morning. But Dane won't look away. Dane! He blinks, jerking his gaze to mine, and the apology in those soft brown eyes clog my throat. Is that what Ryerson meant by last night? I nod. I didn't know. Why didn't you tell me? Because you wouldn't have believed me even if I did. I'm fine, I repeat, nodding towards the dais. Later. He turns, but the motion is reluctant. It has been brought to my attention as your commandant that a breach of the codex has occurred, Panchek calls out over the courtyard. As you know, breaches of our most sacred laws are not to be tolerated, Panchek continues. This matter will be addressed here and now. Will the accuser please step forward? Someone's in trouble, Rhiannon whispers. Think Riddick finally got caught in Tyven Varen's bed? That's hardly against the codex, Riddick murmurs from behind us. He's the executive officer for Second Wing. I I send a pointed look over my shoulder. And? Riddick shrugs, grinning without a touch of remorse. Fraternizing with command is frowned upon, not unlawful. I sigh, facing forward. I miss sex. I really do. And it's not just the physical gratification either. There's a sense of connection in those moments that I crave, a momentary banishment of loneliness. The first is something I'm sure Xaden would be more than capable of providing if he ever thought of me that way. But the second, he's the last person I should be craving, but lust and logic never seem to go hand in hand. If you're looking for a little fun, I'm happy to oblige. Riddick starts, shoving his floppy brown hair off his forehead with a wink. I miss good sex, I counter, smothering a smile as someone walks from the front of the formation towards the dais, indistinguishable through the rows of the squads ahead of us. Besides, apparently you're spoken for. Have to admit, it feels good to tease a friend about something so trivial. It's a tiny slice of normality in an otherwise macabre environment. We're not exclusive, Riddick counters. It's like Rhiannon and what's-her-name? Tara? Rhiannon offers. Will you all shut the hell up? Dane barks in his superior office voice. Our mouths snap shut. Mine drops open again when I realize it's Xaden climbing the steps to the dais. My stomach lurches as I suck in a tight breath. This is about me, I whisper. Dane glances back at me, confusion furrowing his brow, before whipping his attention towards the dais, where Xaden now stands at the podium, somehow managing to fill the entire stage with his presence. From what I remember reading, his father had the same magnetism, the ability to hold and capture a crowd with nothing but his words that led to Brennan's death. Early this morning, he begins, his deep voice carrying over the formation, a rider in my wing was illegally attacked in her sleep, with the intent of murder by a group primarily composed of unbondeds. A collection of murmurs and gasps fill the air, and Dane's shoulders stiffen. As we all know, this is a violation of Article 3, Section 2 of the Dragon Riders Codex, and, in addition to being dishonorable, is a capital offense. I feel the weight of a dozen glances, but it's Xaden's I feel most of all. His hands clench the sides of the podium. Having been alerted by my dragon, I interpreted the attack along with two other Fourth Wing riders. He dips his chin towards our wing, and two riders, Garrick and Bodhi, break formation, then climb the steps to stand behind Xaden, their hands at their sides. As it was a matter of life and death, I personally executed 6 of the would-be murderers, as witnessed by Flame Section Leader Garrick Tavis and Tail Section Executive Officer Bodhi Duran. Both tears. How convenient. Nadine, one of our new additions to the squad, says from the row behind Riddick and Liam. I look back over my shoulder and pin her with a glare. Liam keeps his eyes forward. But the attack was orchestrated by a rider who fled before I had arrived. Xaden continues, his voice rising. A rider who had access to the map of where all first years are assigned to sleep, and that rider must be brought to swift justice. Shit, this is about to get ugly. I call you to answer for your crimes, Cadet Sorengale, for your crimes against Cadet Sorengale. Xaden's focus shifts to the center of the formation. Wing Leader Amber Mavis. The quadrant draws a collective breath before an uproar rips through the crowd. What the hell? Dane bites out. My chest tightens. Gods, I hate it when Dane proves me right. Rhiannon reaches for my hand, squeezing tight in support as every rider in the courtyard's attention pivots between Xaden, Amber, and me. She's a tier 2, Nadine, Riddick says over his shoulder. Or are you only biased against marked ones? Amber's family stayed loyal to Navarre, so she wasn't forced to watch her parents executed and wasn't marked with a rebellion relic. Amber would never. Dane shakes his head. A wing leader would never. He turns completely to face me. Get up there, Vi, and tell everyone that he's lying. But he's not, I say as gently as I can. It's impossible. His cheeks flush a mottled shade of red. I was there, Dane. The reality of his disbelief hurts so much more than I expected, like a blow to my already battered ribs. Wing leaders are beyond reproach. Then why are you so quick to call our own wing leader a liar? My brows raise in challenge, daring him to say that he's so careful to keep quiet. Behind him, Amber steps forward, separating herself from the formation. I have committed no such crime. See? Dane swings his arms, pointing towards the redhead. Put a stop to this right now, Violet. She was with them in my room, I say simply. Shouting won't convince him. Nothing will. That's impossible. He lifts his hands as though ready to cut my face. Let me see. The shock of what he intends to do has me stumbling backward. How have I forgotten that his signet allows him to see others' memories? And if I let him see my memory of Amber's participation, it will also show him that I stopped time. And I can't let that happen. I shake my head and take another step back. Give me the memory, he orders. There we go. Sorry. Indignation lifts my chin. Touch me without permission, and you'll spend the rest of your life regretting it. Surprise ripples over his features. Wing leaders, Xaden projects his voice over the chaos. We need a quorum. Both Naira and Septim Izar, the wing leaders of 1st and 2nd Wing, climb the stairs to the dais, passing by Amber as she stands utterly exposed in the courtyard. A familiar chaos fills the air, and we all look towards the ridgeline as 6 dragons curve along the mountain, flying straight towards us. The biggest among them is Terran. In a matter of seconds, they reach the citadel and hover over the courtyard walls. Wind from the strong beats of their wings blast through the courtyard. Then, one by one, they land on their perch, Terran at the center of the grouping. Every line of his frame exudes menace as his talons crush the masonry under his grip, and his narrowed, angry eyes focus on Amber. Sigale is perched to the right, taking her position behind Xaden. She's just as terrifying as she was the first day, but back then, I'd never imagined I'd bond a dragon even more frightening. To everyone but me. Naira's red scorpion tail looms behind her as well, and Septon's brown dagger tail mirrors the stance to the left. On the ends, puffing blasts of steam, are Commandant Panchek's green clubtail and Amber's orange dagger tail. Shit's about to get real, Sawyer says, breaking formation to stand at my side, and I feel Riddick at my back. You can stop this all right now, Violet. You have to, Dean implores. I don't know what you saw last night, but it wasn't Amber. She cares too much about the rules to break them. And she thinks I broke them using my daggers at the last ascent of the gauntlet. You're using this to get your revenge for my family, Amber shouts at Xaden, for not supporting your father's rebellion. That's a low fucking blow. Xaden doesn't even acknowledge it, as he turns to the wing leaders. He isn't demanding proof like Dane. He believes me, and he's ready to execute a wing leader on nothing more than my word. As surely as if they're a physical structure, I feel my defenses crack on Xaden's behalf. Can you see my memories? I asked Terran. Share them? Yes. His head snakes left and right ever so slightly. A memory has never been shared outside of a mating bond. It's considered a violation. Xaden's up there fighting because I told him it was her. help him, and gods I admire him for it. I take a deep breath. Only what they need to see. Wanting and admiring, I'm so screwed. Terran chuffs and every dragon besides Sigale stiffens on the wall, even Amber's. The riders are quick to follow, silence filling the courtyard, and I know they know. That spineless wretch! Rhiannon seethes, her hand squeezing mine even tighter. Dane pales. Believe me now? I hurl it like the accusation it is. You're supposed to be my oldest friend, Dane. My best friend. There's a reason I didn't tell you. He staggers backwards. The wing leaders have formed a quorum and are in unanimous agreement, Zayden announces, flanked by Naira and Septon, while the commandant hangs back. We find you guilty, Amber Mavis. No, she shouts. It is no crime to rid the quadrant of the weakest rider. I did it to protect the integrity of the wings. She paces in panic, looking to anyone for help. As a whole, the formation moves backwards. And, as in our laws, your sentence will be carried out by fire, Naira states. No! Amber looks to her dragon. Clade! Amber's orange tail snarls at the other dragons and lifts a claw. Terran swivels his massive head towards Clade, his roar shaking the ground beneath my feet. Then he snaps his teeth at the smaller orange, and she retreats, her head hanging as she grips the wall again. The sight breaks my heart, not for Amber, but for Clade. Do you have to? I ask Terran. This is our way. Please don't, I beg, forgetting to think the words. It's one thing to punish Amber, but Clade will suffer as well. Maybe I could talk to Amber. Maybe we can still work through our issues. Maybe we can find common ground, turn our anger to friendship, or at least casual indifference. I shake my head, my heart pounding in my throat. I did this. I was so focused on whether anyone would believe me, I didn't stop to think what might happen if they did. I turn to Zayden and beg again, my voice breaking at the end. Please give her a chance. He holds my gaze but doesn't so much as show a flicker of emotion. I let someone live once, and he almost killed you last night, Silver One, Terran says. Then as if this is all that really matters in the end, justice is not always merciful. Clade, Amber whimpers, the courtyard so unbelievably silent that the sound carries. The formation splits at the center. Terran leans low, extending his head and neck past the dais towards where Amber stands. Then his teeth part. He curls his tongue, and he incinerates her with a blast of fire so hot I can feel it from here. It's over in a heartbeat. A gruesome scream rends the air, shattering a window in the academic wing, and every writer slams their hands over their ears as Clade mourns. That is chapter 20! Alrighty, guys. Alright, so we'll be back in a little bit to to read chapter 21. And like I said last time, I will be running a little ad during the break. Alrighty. Now we are about almost fully halfway into the book. Alright, let's start chapter 21. Alright. Chapter 21. This really isn't necessary. I glance sideways at Liam as we make our way towards the door of the archives. The cart doesn't even squeak anymore. He fixed that the very first day. So you've told me for the last week. He shoots me a grin, revealing a dimple. And yet, you're still here. Every day. All day. It's not that I don't like him. To my absolute annoyance, he's actually nice. Courteous, funny, and ridiculously helpful. He makes it difficult to loathe his constant presence. Even though he leaves wood shavings in little piles everywhere he goes, which is everywhere I go now. The guy is constantly whittling with that smaller knife of his. Yesterday he finished the figure of a bear. Until otherwise ordered, he says. I shake my head at him as Pearson jolts upright at the archive's doors, straightening his cream tunic. Good morning, Cadet Pearson. You as well, Cadet Sorengale. He offers a polite smile, which dies as he glances at Liam. Cadet Mari. Cadet Pearson, Liam responds, as if the scribe's tone hadn't completely changed. My shoulders tense as Pearson hurries to open the door. Maybe it's just that I haven't been around marked ones before Bezgayev, but the outright hostility towards them is becoming glaringly uncomfortable, obvious to me, glaringly uncomfortably obvious to me. We walk into the archives and wait by the table just like every other morning. How do you do that? I ask Liam in a hush whisper. Handle when people are that rude without reacting. You're rude to me all the time, he teases, drumming his fingers on the handle of the cart. Because you're my babysitter, not because I can't even say it. Because I'm the son of the disgraced Colonel Mari. His jaw ticks, his brows furrowing for a heartbeat as he looks away. I had to change the temperature of my house here. I nod, my stomach sinking as I think back over the last few months. I guess I'm really no better, though. I hated Zayden on sight, and I didn't know a single thing about him. Not that I do now, either. He's infuriatingly good at being completely inaccessible. Liam scoffs, earning us a glare from a scribe nearby the back corner. He has that effect on people, especially women. They either despise him for what his father did, or want to fuck him for the same reason. Just depends on where we are. You actually know him, don't you? I crane my neck to look up at him. He didn't just pick you to shadow me because you're the best in our year. Just now catching on, huh? A grin flashes across his face. I would have told you that on the first day if you hadn't been so busy huffing and puffing about the pleasure of my company. I roll my eyes as Yasina approaches, her hood up over her hair. Hey, Yasina, I sign. Good morning, she signs back, her mouth curving into a shy smile as her gaze darts up at Liam. Good morning, he signs with a wink, clearly flirting. It shocked me to my toes the first day that he knew how to sign, but honestly, I'd been a little judgy just because I didn't want a shadow. Just these today, Yasina asks, inspecting the cart. And these. I reach for the list of requests amid their obvious glances and hand it to her. Perfect. Her cheeks flush, as she studied the list before putting it in her pocket. Oh, and Professor Markham left before his daily report arrived to teach your briefing. Would you mind taking it over? Happy to. I wait until he's pushing the cart away, until she's pushing the cart away from us, then smack Liam's chest. Stop it! I whisper out loud. Stop what? He watches her until she turns the corner at the first set of shelves. Flirting with Yasina. She's a long-term relationship woman, so unless that's what you're looking for, just don't. His eyebrows hit his hairline. How does anyone think long-term around here? Not everyone is in a quadrant where death is less of a chance and more of a foregone conclusion. I breathe in the scent of the archives and try to absorb a little of the peace it brings. So you're saying that some people still try to make cute little things like plans. Exactly, and those some people is Yasina. Trust me, I've known her for years. Right, because you wanted to be a scribe when you grew up. He scans the archives with an intensity that almost makes me laugh. As if there's any chance someone is going to lunge out of the shelves and come after me. How did you know that? I lower my voice as a group of second years passes, their expressions somber as they debate their merits of two different historians. I did my research on you after I was, assigned. He shakes his head. I've seen you practicing this week with those blades of yours, Sorengale. Ryerson was right. You would have been wasted as a scribe. My chest swells with more than a little pride. That remains to be seen. At least challenges haven't resumed. Guess enough of us are dying during flight lessons to hold off on killing more through hand-to-hand. What did you want to be when you grew up? I asked, just to keep the conversation going. Alive, he shrugs. Well, that's something. How do you know Xaden anyway? I'm not foolish enough to think that everyone in the province of Tyrandor knows of one another. Ryerson and I were fostered at the same estate after the apostasy. He says, using the Tyrish term for the rebellion, which I haven't heard in ages. You were fostered? My mouth drops open. Fostering the children of aristocrats was a custom that died out after the unification of Navarre more than 600 years ago. Well, yeah, he shrugs again. Where did you think the kids of traitors, he flinches at the word, went after they executed our parents? I look out over the sprawling shelves of texts, wondering if one of them holds the answer. I didn't think. My throat catches on the last word. Most of our great heroes were given to nobles who had remained loyal. He clears his throat, as it should be. I don't bother agreeing with what's obviously a conditioned reply. King Tori's response after the rebellion was swift, even cruel, but I was a 15-year-old girl too lost in her own grief to think mercifully on the people who'd caused my brother's death. The burning of Arietta, which had been Tyrandor's capital, to the ground had never sat well with me, though. Liam was the same age. It wasn't his fault his mother had broken faith with Navarre. But you didn't go with your father to his home? His gaze swings toward mine, and his brow furrows. It's hard to live with a man who was executed on the same day as your mother. My stomach sinks. No, that's not right. Your father was Isaac Mari, right? I've studied all of the noble houses in every province, including Tyrandor. Had I gotten something wrong? Yes, Isaac was my father. He tilts his head, looking toward the area where Yasina disappeared, and I get the distinct feeling he is over this conversation. But he wasn't part of the rebellion. I shake my head, trying to make sense of it. He isn't on the death roll of the executions from Chaldeer. You read the death roll from the Chaldeer executions? His eyes flare. It takes all my courage, but I hold his stare. I needed to see that someone was on it. He draws back slightly. Fen Ryerson? I nod. Let me do it. He killed my brother at the Battle of Arietta. My mind scrambles, trying to harmonize what I've read and what he's saying. But your father wasn't on the roll. But Liam was. But Liam was as a witness. Mortification sweeps over me. But what the hell am I doing? I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have asked. He was executed at our family's house. His features tightened. Before it was given to another noble, of course. And yes, I watched as they did it that time too. I already had the rebellion relic by then, but the pain was the same. He looks away, his throat working. Then I was sent to Tiravain to be fostered by Duke Lindell, the same as Ryerson. My little sister was sent to elsewhere. They separated you? My jaw practically on hinges. Neither fostering nor separating siblings is mentioned in any text. I've read about the rebellion, but I've read a ton. He nods. She's only a year younger than me, though, so I'll get to see her when she enters the quadrant next year. She's strong, quick, and has good balance. She'll make it. The edge of panic in his tone reminds me of Mira. She could always choose another quadrant, I say, softly hoping it will soothe him. He blinks at me. We're all writers. What? We're all writers. It was part of the deal. We're allowed to live, allowed a chance to prove our loyalty, but only if we make it through the writer's quadrant. He stares at me in bewilderment. You don't know? I mean, I shake my head. I know that the children of the leaders, the officers, were all forced into conscription, but that's all. A lot of those treaty addenda are classified. I personally think the quadrant was chosen to give us the best chance of rising in rank, but others... He grimaces. Others think it's because the death rate is so much higher for riders, so they were hoping to kill us all off without having to do it themselves. I've heard Imogen say they originally figured the dragons have unimpeachable honor, so they'd never bond a marked one in the first place. And now they don't quite know what to do with us. How many of you are there? I think of my mother and can't help but wonder how much of it she knows, how much of it she agreed to when she became the commanding general of Besgaiath after Brennan's death. Zayden's never... He pauses. 68 of the officers had kids under the age of 20. There are 107 of us, all who carry rebellion marks. The oldest is Zayden, I murmur. He nods. And the youngest is almost 6 now. Her name is Julianne. I think I'm going to be sick. Is she marked? She was born with it. I understand it was done by Dragon, but what the fucking hell? And it's all right that you ask. Someone should know. Someone should remember. His shoulders rise and fall as he breathes deeply. Anyway, is it hard for you to be in here, or is it more of a comfort thing? Subject change. Noted. I take in the rows of tables, slowly filling with scribes readying themselves for work, and imagine my father among them. It's like coming home, but not. It's not that it's changed. This place never changes. Hell, I think change is the mortal enemy of a scribe. But I'm starting to realize that I've changed. I don't quite fit here. Not anymore. Yeah, I get that. Something in his voice tells me he really does. It's on the tip of my tongue to ask what the last 5 years were like for him, but Yasina appears, the cart laden with the requested tomes. I have everything here for you, she signs. then gestures to the scroll on top. And that is for Professor Markham. We'll make sure he gets it, I promise, leaning forward to take the cart. My high collar shifts, and Yasina gasps, her hand flying to cover her mouth. Oh gods, Violet, your neck! Her hand movements are sharp, and the sympathy in her eyes makes my chest tighten. Sympathy isn't a word found in our quadrant. There's rage, wrath, and indignation, but not sympathy. It's nothing. I put my collar back in place, hovering the ring of yellowing bruises, and Liam reaches across me, taking the cart. We'll see you tomorrow. She bobs her head and wrings her hands as we turn for the door. Pearson closes it after we pass into the hallway. Ryerson taught me to fight during the years he was at Tirvany. Liam's change of subject is appreciated, and no doubt intentional once again. I've never seen anyone move the way he does. He's the only reason I made it through the first round of challenges. He might not show it, but he takes care of his own. Are you trying to sell me on his finer points? We make the ascent, and I note with some satisfaction that my legs feel strong today. I love the days when my body cooperates. You are slightly stuck with him for... He makes a face. Well, forever. Or until one of us dies, I joke, and it falls flat as we round the corner and take the path past the healer quadrant. How can you do this anyway? Guard someone whose own mother oversaw the wing that captured yours. I've wanted to ask the question all week. Wondering if you can trust me? He flashes another easy grin. Yes. The answer is simple. He laughs, the sound echoing off the tunnel walls and glass windows of the clinic. Good answer. All I can say is that your survival is essential to Ryerson's, and I owe him everything. Everything. He looks me straight in the eye for the last word, even as the cart hits a raised stone in the paved corridor. The scroll on top tumbles to the floor, and I wince at the dull ache in my ribs as I hurry to retrieve it, and it unrolls along the slight slope of the passage. Got it. The thick parchment isn't eager to roll back into place, and I catch a sentence that makes me pause. The conditions at Somerton are of particular concern. A village was ransacked and a supply convoy looted last night. What does it say? Liam asks. Somerton was attacked. I flip the scroll to see if it's marked as classified, but it isn't. On the southern border? He looks as confused as I feel. Yeah, I nod. It's another high-altitude attack, too. If I remember my geography correctly, it says a supply convoy was looted. I read a little further, and the community storage in nearby caves was ransacked, but it doesn't make sense. We have a trade agreement with Paramiel. A raiding party, then. I shrug. No clue. Guess we'll hear about it in Battle Brief today. Attacks along our southern borders are rising, all with the same description. Mountain villages are being torn apart wherever the wards weaken. Immense, incredible hunger strikes, my stomach gnawing on emptiness that demands to be appeased with the blood of Sorengale. Liam looks over at me, concern etched between his brows. Taryn's awake. I manage to say, clutching my stomach like I'm the one who craves a flock of sheep or goats or whatever he decides for the morning. Good gods, please go eat something. The same could be suggested for you, he snarls. Such a morning person, aren't you? The hunger dissipates, and I know it's because he's dampening the bond that is in that moment because I can't. His emotions only flow into me when they override his control. Thank you, Andarna? Thank you, Andarna? Still sleeping. She'll be out another few days after using that much power. Does it ever get any easier? I ask Liam. Being tackled by what they're feeling? He winces. Good question. Day keeps pretty good control of himself, but when he's angry, Liam shakes his head. It's supposed to help out, or it's supposed to help once they start channeling, and we have the power to shield them out. But you know, Carr isn't going to bother with us until that happens. I'd already assumed Liam didn't have his abilities yet, considering he's with me in every single class. But it's comforting to know he's still in the waning population of powerless riders with me. While Andarna has given me her gift of stopping time, I'm pretty sure using it is going to be a regular occurrence, especially if it takes her days to recover. Or isn't going to be a regular occurrence. Blah. So Taryn hasn't channeled to you either, right? Liam asks, a look of uncertainty, vulnerability on his face. I shake my head. I think he has commitment issues, I whisper. I heard that. Then stay out of my head. Another wave of paralyzing hunger assaults me, and then I nearly crush Markham's scroll in my hands. Don't be an ass. I swear I hear him chuff a chuckle in response. We'd better hurry, or we'll miss breakfast. Right. I finish rolling the scroll and put it back on the cart. I want to be like the cool kids, Rhiannon grumbles as first years from second and third wing pour out of the stairwell from the turret that leads up to Professor Carr's classroom that afternoon, further clogging the hallway on our way to Battle Brief. We will, I promise, linking my arm through hers. Have to admit, there's more than a little twinge of jealousy in my chest. You may be cool, but you will never be as cool as I am, Riddick pushes past Liam and throws his arm over my shoulder. She's talking about everyone who's already channeling, I explain, juggling my books so I don't drop them. Though, at least if we're not channeling, we're not stressed about manifesting a signet before the magic kills us. The relic in the center of my back tingles, and I can't help but wonder if Andarna's gift has triggered that clock for me. Oh, I thought we were discussing how I just owned that physics test, he grins. Definitely the highest score in the class. Rhiannon rolls her eyes. Please, I scored 5 points higher than you. We stopped counting your grades months ago. He leans forward slightly. Your grades in that class makes it unfair for the rest of us. He looks between our shoulders. Wait, what did you get, Mari? Not getting into the middle of this, Liam responds. I laugh as we break apart, entering the bottleneck of cadets to get into the briefing room. Sorry, Sorengale, someone says, stepping out of the way and tugging their friend with them as we enter the tiered classroom. Nothing to be sorry about, I call out, but they're already headed up a few rows. I'm never going to get used to that. It definitely makes getting places easier, Rhiannon teases as we descend the steps that curve along the massive turret. They show the appropriate level of deference. Taryn grumbles. To what they think I'll be, not who I am. We find our row and walk to our seats, sitting as a squad among the first years. That shows excellent forethought. The room buzzes with energy as riders file in, and I can't help but notice that no one has to stand anymore. Our numbers have decreased exponentially in the last 4 months. The number of empty chairs is sobering. Bleh. We lost another first year yesterday when he got too close to another rider's red scorpion tail on the flight field. 1 second he was standing there, and the next he was a scorched patch of earth. I kept as close to Taryn as possible the rest of the session. My scalp prickles, and I fight the urge to turn around. Ryerson just got here, Liam says from the seat to my right, breaking from the little dragon figurine he is carving and looking up the rows towards the third years. Figured. I hold up my middle finger and keep my eyes forward. Not that I don't like Liam, but I'm still pissed at Xaden for assigning him. Liam snorts and grins, flashing his dimple, and now he's glaring. Tell me it is fun pissing off the most powerful rider in the quadrant. You could try it yourself and find out, I suggest, opening my notebook to the next empty page. I can't turn around. I can't turn around. I won't. Wanting Xaden is fine. It has to be. Indulging the impulses it gives me. That's asinine. That's going to be a no from me. I lose the battle with my self-control and look over my shoulder. Sure enough, Xaden is seated at the top row next to Garrick, mastering the art of looking bored. He gives Liam a nod, which Liam returns. I roll my eyes and face forward again. Liam concentrates on his carving, which looks a lot like his red daggertail day. I swear, you think they were assassination attempts on me. You think there were assassination attempts on me during every class with the way he makes you shadow me. Shake my head. Alright, give me 1 second. In his defense, people are fond of trying to kill you. Rhiannon sets out her supplies. One time! It happened one time, Rhi. I adjust my posture to keep my weight off my bruised ribs. They're wrapped tight, but leaning against the back of my seat isn't an option. Right. And what would you call that whole thing with Tynan? Rhiannon asks. Threshing? I shrug. And Barlow's constant threats? She arches a brow at me. She has a point there, Sawyer chimes in, leaning forward from the seat next to Rhiannon's. They're just threats. The only time I've actually been targeted was at night. And it's not like Liam here is sleeping in my bedroom. I mean, I'm not opposed, he begins, his knife hovering over the piece of wood. Don't even start. I whip my head to face him, and he can't help but laugh. You're a shameless flirt. Thank you. He grins and goes back to carving. It wasn't a compliment. Don't mind her. She's just sexually frustrated. Makes a girl crabby. Rhiannon writes the date down on her empty page, and I follow suit, dipping my quill into my portable ink pot. Those easy, messless pens some of the others can already use is just another reason I can't wait to channel. No more quills, no more ink pots. That has nothing to do with this. Gods, could she have said this a little louder? And yet, I don't hear you denying it. She smiles sweetly at me. I'm sorry, I'm sorry I don't make the cut, Liam teases. But I'm sure Rhiannon would be fine with my reviewing a couple candidates, especially if it means you'll stop flipping him off in front of his entire wing. And how exactly would you be reviewing candidates? What will you be scoring? Rhiannon asks, one eyebrow raised over her wide grin. This I have to hear. I managed a straight face for all of 2 seconds before laughing at how horrified he suddenly looks. Thanks for the offer, though. I'll make sure to run any potential liaisons by you. I mean, you could watch. Rhiannon continues, blinking innocently at him. Just to be sure she's fully covered, so no one sticks it to her. Oh, are we telling dick jokes now? Riddick asks from Liam's side. Because my entire life has led up to this very moment. Even Sawyer laughs. Fuck me, Liam mutters under his breath. I'm not saying that since you're protected at night now. We laugh harder, and he blows out a deep breath. Wait, I stop laughing. What do you mean I'm protected at night? Because you're next door? My smile vanishes. Please tell me he's not making you sleep in the hallway or something obnoxious. No, of course not. He warded your door the morning after the attack. His expression clearly says I should know this. I'm guessing he didn't tell you? He what? He warded your door, Liam says, quietly this time. so only you can open it. Shit, I don't know how to feel about that. It's more than slightly controlling and way out of line, but also sweet. But if he's the one who warded it, then he can get in too, right? Well, yeah, Liam shrugs as Professor Markham and Devera walk down the stairs, headed for the for the front of the room. But it's not like Ryerson is going to kill you. Right. You see, I'm still adjusting to that little change of heart. I fumble my quill, and it falls to the ground, but before I can lean over, the shadows beneath the arm of my desk lift the instrument like an offering. I pluck it out of the shadows and look back at Xaden. He's locked in conversation with Garrick, not paying me a speck of attention. Except, apparently he is. If we can get started, Markham calls over the room, and we all fall silent. Silent as he placed the scroll Liam and I had delivered to him before breakfast on the podium. Excellent. I write Somerton down at the top of the page, and Liam trades his knife for a quill. First announcement, Devera says, stepping forward. We've decided that not only will the winners of this year's squad battle receive bragging rights, she grins like we're in for a treat, but they'll also be given a trip to the front lines to shadow an active wing. Cheers break out all around us. So if we win, we get a chance to die sooner, Rhiannon whispers. Maybe they're trying to a reverse psychology thing? I glance at the others around us, who are clearly overjoyed and worry about their sanity. Then again, most everyone in this room can stay on their dragon. So can you. Don't you have better things to do with your day than listen in my self-loathing? Not particularly. Now pay attention. Stop butting in, and maybe I can, I counter. Taryn chuffs. One day I might be able to translate that sound, but it's not today. I know the squad battle doesn't commence until spring, Devera continues, but I figured that news would give you all the proper motivation to apply yourselves in every area leading up to the challenges. Another cheer resounds. And now that we have your attention, Markham lifts his hand and the room quiets. The front lines are relatively quiet today, so we're going to take this opportunity to dissect the Battle of Gianvar. My quill hovers above my notebook. Surely he didn't say that. The mage lights rise to the cliffs of Draelor that separate Tyrandor, lifting the entire province thousands of feet above the rest of the continent. Before shining brightest on the ancient stronghold along the southern border, this battle was pivotal to the unification of Navarre. And though it happened more than 6 centuries ago, there are important lessons that still impact our flight formations to this day. Is he serious? I whisper to Liam. Yeah, Liam's grip bends his quill. I think he is. What made this battle unique? Devera asks, her eyebrows raised. Bryant? The stronghold was not only set for a siege, the second year says from high above us, but was equipped with the first crossbolt, which provided which proved lethal against dragonkind. Yes, and Devera prompts. It was one of the final battles where griffins and dragons actually worked alongside each other to annihilate the armies of the barons. Or the army of the barons. The second year continues. I glance left and right, watching the other writers begin to take notes. Surreal. This was just surreal. Even Rhiannon is writing intensely. None of them knows what we do. That an entire village of Navarrians was ransacked last night along the border and supplies looted. And yet, we're discussing a battle that happened before the convenience of indoor plumbing was invented. Now, pay close attention, Markham lectures. because you'll be turning in a detailed report in 3 days and drawing comparisons to battles from the last 20 years. Was that scroll marked classified? Liam asks under his breath. No, I respond, just as quietly, but maybe I missed it. The battle map doesn't even the battle map doesn't even show activity near the mountain range. Yeah, he nods, scratching his quill against the parchment as he begins to take notes. That has to be it. You missed it. I blink, forcing my hand through the motions of writing about a battle I've analyzed dozens of times with my father. Liam's right. That's the only possible explanation. Our clearance isn't high enough, or maybe they haven't finished gathering all the information needed to form an accurate report. Or it had to have been marked classified. I just missed it. Alright. That is the end of chapter 21. Alright, and then I will be back in a little bit and we will continue chapter 22. All right. Let's get into chapter 22, shall we? All right. Chapter 22. The rest of November passes without mention of what happened at Somerton, and by the time the howling winds bring snow in December, I've given up hoping Command will release the information. It's not like Liam or I can directly ask the professors without incriminating ourselves for reading what was obviously a classified report. Well, if it wasn't marked. Or even if it wasn't marked. It makes me wonder what else doesn't make it to battle brief. But I keep that to myself. Between that and my growing frustration over my inability to channel, unlike 3/4 of my year, I'm keeping a lot to myself these days. Not entirely, Taryn grunts. No comments from you, not after you almost let me hit the side of the mountain today. My stomach churns just thinking about how far he'd let me fall. The first year from Third Wing wasn't as lucky. She lost her seat during a new maneuver and ended up on the death roll this morning. Rhiannon swings her bow staff, and I throw my weight into a backbend, narrowly escaping the strike. To my absolute surprise, I keep my balance on the training mat. Then stay on next time. Start channeling and maybe I'll be able to, I counter. You're distracted tonight, Rhiannon backs off as I regain my balance, showing me mercy no opponent would during a challenge. Her gaze flicks across the mat to where Liam sits on a bench, carving yet another dragon, and returns to mine, giving me a look that says she'll follow up later once I've been released from my constant shadow for the night. But you're faster than you used to be. Whatever Imogen has you doing is working. You're not ready to channel yet, Silver One. As if there was ever any doubt, Imogen calls from the next mat over, where she casually holds Riddick in a headlock, waiting for him to tap out. To my left, Sawyer and Quinn circle each other, preparing for yet another round, and behind Rhiannon, Emery and Heaton are doing their best to coach the other first years we gained after threshing, while Dane looks on, studiously avoiding anything that has to do with me. Per his recent orders, Tuesday nights are for squad hand-to-hand practice, because the full academic load we're carrying, coupled with flight lessons and now wielding instructions for some of us, isn't leaving much time for the mat. A few of the farther mats are taken up by other writers with the same idea, one of which includes Jack Barlow. Hence why Liam refused when Riddick asked to spar with him. You're taking it easy on me, I tell Rhiannon. Sweat drips from my back, dampening the tight-fitted tunic I chose while my dragon scale vest dries on the bench next to Liam. It's not like he needs extra practice. He's already taken everyone but Dane down to the mat, and part of me thinks that's only because Dane refuses to be bested by a younger writer. Sorry. Okay. We've been at this for an hour, Rhiannon swishes her staff through the air. You're tired, and the last thing I want is to hurt you. Challenges resume after solstice, I remind her. You're not doing me any favors by holding back. She's not wrong, a deep voice says from behind me. In my peripherals, I see Liam stand, and I mutter a curse under my breath. Well aware, I say over my shoulder as Xaden passes by our mat. Accompanied by Garrick, as usual, it's impossible to rip my eyes away until he passes, though. Gods, I have it bad. Go away unless you have something useful to say. Move faster. You'll be less likely to die. How's that for useful? He calls back, taking up a position on the mat closer to the center of the sparring gym. Rhiannon's eyes flare, and Liam shakes his head. What? Or what? The way you talk to him, Rhiannon murmurs. What's he going to do? Kill me? I charge forward, swinging my staff at her lungs. She jumps over the attack and spins, bringing the staff against mine with a crack. You're likely to kill each other, Liam chimes in, taking his seat again. Can't wait to see how you two function after graduation. After graduation. Haven't let myself think past this week, let alone all the way to graduation. Not when there are some very difficult questions I'm not ready to ask. Look, I know you're aggravated by how long it's taking Taryn to channel, Rhiannon says, circling me on the mat again. I'm just saying on this mat with me is a way safer place for you to take out that anger than the giant shadow-wielding wing leader. I don't want to take any of my anger out on you. You're my friend. I gesture loosely towards Xaden. He's the one who stuck me with a shadow. I can't shake because he thinks I'm his weakness. But does he help me? I lash out with the staff, and she counters, No. Does he train me? Another lunge, another clash of our staffs. No. He's remarkably good at showing up when I'm about to die and eliminating threats, but that's it. He sure as hell does have a problem keeping his eyes off me the way I do him. Or he sure as hell doesn't have a problem keeping his eyes off me, the way I do him. So there's definitely some anger there, Rhiannon drawls as she spins away easily. You would be furious if someone took your freedom away. If you had Liam at your door every morning until every night, even as seemingly great as he is, I dodge one of her attacks. I appreciate that, Liam butts in, proving my point. Yeah, she agrees. I would, and I'm pissed on your behalf. Now let's put that anger to use. Rhiannon rains another series of moves down on me, and I keep up, but only because she's doing exactly what I accused her of and taking it easy on me. Then, I make the mistake of glancing over her shoulder towards the center of the gym. Holy fucking hot. Xaden and Garrick have stripped off their shirts and are sparring like their lives depend on it. A blur of kicks, punches, and rippling muscle. I've never seen two people move that fast. It's a beautiful, hypnotizing dance with lethal choreography that makes me hold my breath whenever Garrick goes in for the kill and Xaden deflects. I've seen countless writers spar without their shirts these past months. This is nothing new. I should be absolutely immune to the male form, but I've never seen him shirtless. Every edge of Xaden's body is honed like a weapon, all sharp lines and barely leashed power. His rebellion relic twists around his upper body and stands out against the deep bronze of his skin, accentuating every punch he throws and his stomach. I mean, how many muscles are there in the abdominals? His are so rigidly defined that I could possibly count every single one in if the rest of him wasn't so damn distracting. And he has the largest dragon relic that I've seen. Mine consumes the skin between the shoulder blades, but Sagal's mark takes up his entire back. And I know exactly how that body feels on top of mine. Just how much power. My hip stings, knocking me out of my trance, and I startle. Serves you right, Taryn lectures. Pay attention, Rhiannon yells, drawing back her staff. I could have... Oh, clearly she sees what I do. What nearly every other woman, and several of the men, are happily watching. How can we not when the two of them are mesmerizing? Garrick's wider, more densely packed with muscle than Xaden. His rebellion relic only extends to his shoulder, the second largest I've seen. Only Xaden's reaches his carved jawline. That is, Rhiannon murmurs beside me. It sure is. I agree. Stop objectifying our wing leader, Liam teases. Is that what we're doing? Rhiannon asks, not bothering to look away. My mouth waters at the muscled expanse of his back and that sculpted ass. Yeah, I think that's what we're doing, Liam snorts. We could just be watching for technique. Yeah, we absolutely could be. But I'm not. I'm shamelessly wondering how his skin would feel under my fingertips, how my body would react to having every ounce of that intense focus on me. Heat races through my veins and stings my cheeks. Oh, sorry. A repetitive smacking sound draws my attention to the right, where Riddick is tapping out with zeal. Imogen drops him, leaving him gasping for breath on the mat, and an unwanted and absolutely illogical flash of ugly, twisted jealousy stabs me straight in the chest at the pure yearning she can't hide in her expression as she watches Xaden and Garrick. If you guys are this easily distracted, we're fucked for the squad battle, Dane barks. You can kiss any thought of visiting the front lines goodbye. We all snap out of it, and I shake my head like that might clear the dizzying need that demands I do more than look at Xaden, which is just ridiculous. He only tolerates my existence because our dragons are mated. And here I am salivating over his half-naked body. It's a really nice half-naked body, though. Get back to work. We have another half hour, Dane orders, and I feel like he's talking directly to me, which would be the first thing he said since my memory got Amber killed. She got herself killed by breaking the codex, Tyrion growls. Sure enough, when I glance his way, Dane's eyes are narrowed on me. But I must be reading his face wrong. Surely that's not betrayal, pursing his lips. Should we? Rhiannon asks, lifting her staff. Yep, we definitely should. I roll my shoulders and we start again. I match her move for move, using the pattern she taught me, but she switches up the next attack. Stop defending and go on offense, Tyrion demands, his anger flooding my system and throwing off my footwork. Rhiannon sweeps low and flips me onto my back, knocking the wind out of me as I collide with the mat. I fight for air that isn't there. Shit, I'm sorry, Vi. Rhiannon drops down to a knee beside me. Just relax and give it a second. And yet that is the writer Tyrion chose. Jack mocks, talking to someone in his squad as he grins maliciously at the edge of the mat. I'm starting to think he chose wrong, but considering I haven't seen you wield any powers, I bet you're thinking the same thing too, aren't you, Sorengale? Shouldn't you have twice the ability to channel with 2 dragons? It doesn't work like that with Andarna, but none of them know that. Liam stands, putting himself between Jack and me as the first trickle of air dances into my lungs. Simmer down, Mari. I'm not going to attack your little charge. Not when I can just challenge her in a couple of weeks and accidentally snap her scrawny neck in front of an audience. Jack folds his arms across his chest and watches me struggle with pure pleasure. Tell me, though, you are getting tired of playing the nursemaid, aren't you? His friends from First Wing offer him something, a slice of the orange he's eating, and Jack shoves his hand away at the wrist. Get that noxious shit away from me. Do you want me to end up in the infirmary? Walk the fuck away, Barlow, Liam warns, dagger in hand. I manage one breath, then 2 as Jack's gaze rises from me to someone standing behind him. That look on his face, half envy, half shitting himself, means it has to be Xaden. She's only alive because of you, Jack spits, but the blood drains from his face. Right, because I'm the one who buried a dagger in your shoulder at threshing. Finally, breathing somewhat normally, I scramble for my feet, clutching the staff with both hands. We could just settle this now, Jack says, sidestepping Liam to look me in the eyes. If you're done hiding behind the big, strong men. My stomach hollows out because he's right. The only reason I don't accept his challenge is because I'm not sure I'll win. And the only reason he isn't attacking me is because of Liam and Xaden. If I attack Jack now, they'll kill him. Garrick's hulking frame appears to the left, and I begrudgingly add him to my list of protectors. Hell, even Imogen has inched closer, but not on my behalf. It's only on his. That's what I thought, Jack says, blowing me a kiss. You ran, I snarl, wishing I could lunge forward and beat the shit out of him, but forcing my feet to stay planted where they are. That day in the field, you fucking ran when it was 3-on-1, and we both know when it comes down to it, you'll run again. That's what cowards do. Jack flashes his eyes, nearly bugging out of Jack flushes, his eyes nearly bugging out of his face. Oh, for fuck's sake, Violet, Dane mutters. She's not wrong, Xaden drawls. Garrick laughs and Liam muscles Jack off the mat when he leaps at me. Jack's boots squeak against the hardwood floor as he unsuccessfully fights to hold his ground, and Liam forces him from the gym. With a flick of his hand, Xaden shuts the huge doors with his power, locking Jack out. What the hell were you thinking, egging him on like that? Dane marches towards me, disbelief raising his brows. Oh, now you feel like talking to me? I lift my chin, but it's Xaden who fills my vision as he steps between us. The fury in his eyes is palpable, but I don't retreat. Give us a second. His gaze is locked on mine, but we both know he's not talking to me. My pulse skitters. Rhiannon steps back. You want to tell me why the fuck you're not wearing that? His tone is soft but deadly as he points towards the bench where my armor lies. I have to wash it at some point. And you thought that would be a good idea during sparring. His chest heaves, like he's battling to keep control of himself. I'm just trying not to notice his chest or the heat he's throwing off like a damned furnace. I washed it before sparring, knowing it could dry while your guard dog keeps watch, as opposed to sleeping without it because we both know what happens behind locked doors around here. Not behind yours anymore. His jaw ticks. I made sure of it. Because I'm supposed to trust you. Yes, a vein in his neck bulges. And you make it so easy. Sarcasm drops from my voice. You know I can't kill you. Fuck, Sorgale, the entire quadrant knows I can't kill you. He leans into my space, eclipsing the rest of the room. That doesn't mean you can't hurt me. He blinks and shifts backwards, composing himself in less than a heartbeat while mine still races. Stop training with a bow staff. It's too easy to knock out of your hands. Stick to the daggers. To my surprise, he doesn't snatch it away just to prove he can. I'm doing just fine until Terran barged into my head with all of his anger and distracted me. I argue, my defense rising like the hackles of a dog, then learn how to block him out. He says it like it's just that simple. What, with all this power I'm wielding? My brows raise. Or were you unaware that I'm still not channeling? I want to throttle him, to shake some ever-loving sense into that beautiful head of his. He leans in so we're almost nose to nose. I am annoyingly aware of everything you do. Thanks to Liam. Every inch of my body vibrates with anger, with irritation, with whatever this electric tension is between us as we stand there, our eyes locked in combat. Wingleader Ryerson, Dane starts. She's just not used to the bond yet. She'll learn how to block it out. Dane's words sting like a blow. I inhale sharply and step back from Xaden. Good gods, we've been putting on a fucking show. What is it about Xaden that makes me tune out the rest of the world? You choose the oddest times to defend her, Atos. Xaden all but rolls his eyes as he looks at Dane, and the most convenient times not to. Dane's jaw clenches and his hands curl into fists at his sides. He's talking about Amber. I know it. Dane knows it. Everyone in this whole awkward room knows it. Our entire squad was there when Dane demanded I call Xaden a liar. Xaden turns those unfathomable eyes back on me. Do us both a favor and put that fucking armor back on. He finishes. Before I can counter, he turns and walks off the mat, meeting Garrick at the edge. His back. My quiet gasp is uncontrollable, and Xaden tenses for a second before taking his shirt from Garrick's outstretched hand and tugging it over his head, covering the navy blue relic of a dragon that sweeps from his waist to over both his shoulders. Texture intricately with raised silver lines that I couldn't see from across the gym. Silver lines I instantly recognized as scars. You held your own and controlled your temper, Terran says, an immense swell of pride flooding my chest. She's ready, Andarna adds with a giddy jolt of joy that makes me instantly lightheaded. She's ready, he agrees. Let me move myself again. And self-comfortable. A couple of hours later, I rip my brush through my hair in the privacy of my room, still fully dressed down to my boots and armor. I still can't believe I made an ass of myself in front of my entire squad simply because Xaden decided to train shirtless. I really need to get laid. I pause mid-brushstroke when a rush of energy races down my spine, dissipating in a heartbeat. Well, that's weird. Maybe no, it can't be. It felt completely different from when Andarna stopped time through me. That was a full body flood that expanded through my fingers and toes, then left afterward. Another wave ripples through me, stronger this time, and I drop the brush, clutching the edge of the dresser so I don't fall as my knees threaten to buckle. The energy doesn't dissipate this time. It sticks around, humming under my skin, ringing in my ears, overwhelming every sense. Something within me expands, somehow too big for my own body, too vast to be contained, and pain sears every nerve as I crack open, the sound reverberating through my skull like bones shattering. It's as though I've been split at the very seams of the fabric of my being. My knees hit the floor, and I throw my hands over my temples, trying to shove everything I am back into my skull, forcing myself to shrink. Energy pours in, a deluge of raw, endless power, eroding everything I was, and forging something completely new as it fills every pore, every organ, every bone. My head screams, and it feels like Terran has flown too high, too fast, and I can't pop my ears. All I can do is lie there on the floor and pray the pressure equalizes. I stare at my brush, the hardwood floor biting into my cheek, and breathe in and then out, in and then out, surrendering to the onslaught. Finally, the pain ebbs, but the energy, the power, doesn't. It's simply there, prowling through my veins, saturating every cell in my body. It is everything I am and everything I can be all at once. I sit up slowly and flip my hands to examine my tingling palms. It feels like they should look different, changing, but they're not. They're still my fingers, my slender wrists, and yet there's so much more now. They're strong enough to shape the torrent inside me, to mold it to whatever I desire. This is your power, isn't it? I asked Terran, but he doesn't answer. And Darna? There's only silence. Go figure. They're always around, pushing into my head when I could use a little space, then nowhere to be found when it's the other way around. I'd heard them say I was ready earlier, but I'd figured it would take a day or two for my mind to fully open the pathway once Terran started channeling. Guess not. Rhiannon. I have to tell Rhiannon. She's going to flip that I can finally go to Professor Carr's class with her. And Liam? He can stop pretending that he can't channel, just so he isn't forced to leave me for another hour, for an hour a day. Heat washes over me, prickling my skin and centering low in my stomach. Odd, but whatever. It's probably just a side effect of the power. I throw open the lock on my door and yank it open. My vision blurs, and need slams into me, robbing me of every logical thought besides satiating the overwhelming. Violet? The fuzzy shape of a man stands in the hallway, and I blink. I blink Liam into focus. You all right? Are you sleeping in the hallway? I grip the door frame as an image of falling fills my mind, and I feel the sizzle of flakes as they make contact with my heated skin. It's gone as quickly as it appeared, but the driving, thundering desire remains. Oh shit! This is lust. No, Liam shakes his head. Just hanging out here before turning in. What the fuck just fell? Sorry, one of my books fell off my bookshelf. What the hell? I look at him. Really, honestly look at him. He's more than handsome, with strong features and sky blue eyes that are startlingly beautiful. Why are you looking at me like that? He sets his knife and semi-carved dragon down. Like what? My teeth sink into my bottom lip, and I debate rubbing against him like a cat in heat, while demanding he appease this unimaginable ache. But he's not who you really want. He's not Zayden. Like, he cocks his head to the side. Like something's going on. You don't look like you feel, like yourself. Oh shit. It's because I'm not myself. All of this, the need, the lust, the craving for the one person who I'm meant to be with. It's Terran. Terran's emotions aren't just overwhelming me, they're controlling me. I'm good. Go to bed. I step back into my room and slam the door while I still have the mental capacity to do so. Then I start pacing, but that doesn't stop the next blast of heat or the compulsion to. I have to get out of here before I make an epic mistake and take Terran's feelings out on Liam. Grabbing my fur-lined cloak in one hand and pulling my hair up with the other, I swirl the fabric over my shoulders and fasten the clip beneath my throat. A second later, I peek out the door, and when I'm sure the coast is clear, I fucking flee. I make it to the entrance of the spiral steps, the one that leads to the river, before I have to lean back against the stone wall, breathe through the fog of Terran's emotions. Once the wave passes, I race down the steps, keeping one hand on the wall in case I'm pulled under again. The mage lights flicker on as I approach and fizzle out as I race by, as though this newfound power is already at work, stretching into the world. I have to get away from everyone until Terran finishes, whatever he and Sigale are doing. I stumble out of the stairwell and emerge at the foundation walls of the citadel. Snow fills the sky, and I dip my head back, savoring the brief kiss of snowflakes on skin that's heated for all the wrong reasons. The air is crisp and chill, and, My eyes pop open at the scent in the air, and I whirl, my cloak whipping out behind me as I find the source of the sweet, easily identifiable smoke. Zayden is leaning back against the wall, one foot braced on the stone, smoking, and watching me like he doesn't have a care in the world. Is that Churum? He blows out a puff of smoke. Want some? Unless you're here to continue our earlier argument, in which case, none for you. My jaw practically unhinges. No, we're not allowed to smoke that. Yeah, well, the people who made that rule obviously weren't bonded to Sigale and Terran. Now were they? A smirk lifts a corner of his mouth. Gods, I could stare at his lips forever. They are perfectly shaved, and yet entirely too decadent for the slashing line of his jaw. It helps with distancing yourself. He offers me the rolled Churum and cocks an eyebrow at me, the one with the scar. Beyond what shielding does, of course. I shake my head and cross through the nearly fallen snow to brace my weight on the wall beside him, letting my head fall back against the stone. Suit yourself? He inhales deeply on the Churum and then puts it out against the wall. I feel like I'm on fucking fire. That's putting it mildly. Yeah, that happens. His laugh holds a wicked edge, and I make the utterly unforgivable mistake of turning to see his smile. Zayden, while brooding and bossy, dangerous and lethal, is a toe-curling sight that makes my pulse quicken. But Zayden laughing, his head thrown back with a smile curving his mouth, is drop dead beautiful. My stupid, foolish heart feels like there's a fist around it, squeezing tight. There is nothing I wouldn't sacrifice, nothing I wouldn't give to have one unguarded moment with this man. I'm going to be tethered to for the rest of our lives. This has to be Terran. It just has to. And yet, I know it isn't. While I'd admired Liam upstairs, I am completely, utterly obsessed with Zayden. His eyes meet mine in the moonlight. Oh, Violence, you're going to have to learn to shield against Terran, or his escapades with Sigale will drive you mad, or into someone's bed. I squeeze my eyes shut, just so I can escape his gorgeous face, as a jolt of heat flashes through me, making every inch of my skin tingle and burn. I reach a hand out to steady myself against the wall again. Oh, I know. I'm horrified to see Liam again. Liam? Why? He pivots to face me, leaning against his shoulder. Where the hell is your bodyguard? I'm my own bodyguard, I counter, resting my cheek on the icy stone, and he's in bed. Your bed? His voice is like a crack of lightning. I pry my eyes open to meet his gaze. The snow makes everything so much brighter, highlighting the furrowed lines of his brow, the firm set of his mouth. No, not that it should matter to you. Is he jealous? That's oddly comforting. He looses a breath, his shoulders dipping. It doesn't matter to me as long as you're both consenting. And trust me, you're in no condition to consent. You have no clue what I'm capable of consenting. Undeniable, unquenchable need nearly takes me out at the knees. Zayden's arms wrap around my waist, steadying me. Why the hell aren't you shielding? Not all of us have been given lessons. He just started channeling before all this, and in case you forgot, you're only allowed to attend Professor Carr's class if you can wield. Always thought that was a ridiculous rule, he sighs. Alright, crash course. Only because I've been where you are and woken up with more than a few regrets. You're actually going to help me? I've been helping you for months. His hand flexes at my wrist, and I swear I can feel the warmth of his touch through my cloak and leathers. No, you sent Liam to help, He's been helping me for months. My forehead puckers. Weeks, almost months, whatever. He has the nerve to look offended. I'm the one who burst through your door and killed everyone who attacked you, and then I removed the other threat in your life with a very public, very polarizing display of vengeance. Liam didn't do that. I did. The crowd wasn't polarized. They were all for it. I was there. You were torn. In fact, you begged Taryn not to kill her, damn well knowing she'd just come after you again. That point was still debatable. Fine, but let's not pretend that you didn't do most of that yourself. It would be inconvenient for you if I died. I shrug, blatantly poking at him to help ignore the rising tide of lust thundering through me. He stares at me with disbelief. You know what? You're not fighting tonight. No, not if you want to learn how to shield. Oh, we're not fighting tonight. Bleh, sorry. We're not fighting tonight. Not if you want to learn how to shield. Fine, we're not fighting. Teach me. I tilt my chin. Gods, I barely reach his collarbone. Ask me nicely. He leans closer. Have you always been this tall? I blurt the first thing that comes to my mind. No, I was a child at some point. I roll my eyes. Ask me nicely, Violence, he whispers, or I'm gone. I can feel Taryn at the edge of my mind, his emotions ebbing and flowing, and knowing the next wave is going to hit hard. How freaking long can those two possibly take? How often is it like this with them? Often enough that you're going to need proper shields. You won't ever be able to block them out completely, and sometimes they forget to block us, like tonight. That's why the Churum helps. But at least it's like walking by a brothel instead of actively participating in one. Well, shit. Right then. Alright. Will you teach me to shield? A smile curves his mouth, and my gaze drops to his lips. Say please. Are you always this difficult? Only when I know I have something you need. What can I say? I like making you squirm. It's like a sweet little slice of payback for what you've put me through these past couple of months. He brushes the snow off my hair. What I've put you through? Unbelievable. You've scared me nearly to death once or twice, so I think saying please is a fair request. Like he's ever played fair a day in his life. I take a deep breath and swat at a snowflake that lands on my nose. As you prefer, Xaden. I smile sweetly up at him and inch a little closer. Would you pretty please teach me how to shield before I accidentally climb you like a tree and we both wake up with regrets? Oh, I'm firmly in control of my faculties. He smiles again, and I feel it like a caress. Dangerous. This is so damned dangerous. Heat flushes my skin so hot that I debate tossing my cloak to the ground just to get a little relief. Notably, Xaden isn't wearing one. And since you asked so nicely, he adjusts his stance and brings both his hands up to my cheeks, cradling my face before sliding them back to hold my head. Close your eyes. It requires touching me. My eyes flutter shut at the sensation of his skin against mine. Not at all. Just one of the perks of not thinking too clearly. You have incredibly touchable skin. The compliment makes me suck in a breath, so much for controlling his faculties. You need to envision somewhere, anywhere. I prefer the top of my favorite hillside near what's left of Arietta. Wherever it is, it needs to feel like home. The only place I can think of is the archives. Feel your feet hit the ground and dig in some. I imagine my boots on the polished marble floor of the archives and wiggle them a little. Got it. That's called grounding. Keeping your mental self somewhere so you aren't swept away by the power. Now, call to your power. Open your senses. My palms begin to tingle, and a flood of energy surrounds me, just as saturating as it was in my bedroom, but without the pain. It's everywhere, filling the archives and pushing at the walls, making them bow and bend, threatening to break them. Too much. Focus on your feet. Stay grounded. Can you see where the power flows from? If not, just pick a place. I turn in my mind. The barrage of molten power is flowing through the door. I see it. Perfect. You're a natural. It takes most people a week just to learn how to ground. Now, do whatever you need to mentally do to wall yourself from the off from that current. Terran is the source. You block that power, and you'll have some control back. The door. I just need to close the door and twist the enormous circular handle that seals the archives off for fire control. Desire makes my heart pound, and I grab onto Zayden's arms, anchoring myself in reality. You've got this. His voice sounds strained. Whatever you create in your mind is real to you. Shut off the valve, build a wall, whatever makes sense. It's a door. My fingers dig into the softer material of his tunic, and I mentally heave myself against the door, forcing it to shut 1 inch at a time. There you go. Keep going. My physical body trembles at the effort it makes to mentally shove the door closed, and I get it there. I've got the door shut. Great. Lock it. I imagine spinning the giant handle and hearing the locks click into place. The relief is immediate. A cool blast of snow against my feverish skin. Power pulses, turning the door clear. It changed. I can see through the door. Yeah, you'll never be able to fully block him. Got it locked? I nod. Open your eyes, but do your best to keep that door locked. It means keeping 1 foot grounded. Don't be surprised if it slips. We'll just start again. I open my eyes, keeping that mental picture of the shut archives door, and while my body is still heated and flushed with warmth, that inescapable driving need is blessedly somewhat muted. I can't find the right words. Zayden studies me with an intensity that makes me sway towards him. You are astonishing. He shakes his head. I couldn't do that for weeks. Guess I have a superior teacher. The emotions swelling through me is more than joy. It's euphoria that has me grinning like a fool. I'm finally not only good at something, but astonishing. His thumbs stroke over the soft skin under my ears, and his gaze drops to my mouth and heats. Hands flexing, he draws me forward a few inches before he suddenly lets go and retreats a full step. Damn it, touching you was a bad idea. The worst, I agree, but my tongue skims over my lip. He groans, and my core melts at the sound. Kissing you would be a cataclysmic mistake. Calamicious. Big words. What would it take to hear that groan again? The inches between us feel like kindling, ready to burn at the first suggestion of heat, and I'm a living, breathing flame. This is everything I should run from, and yet denying this primal attraction I feel is completely, utterly impossible. We'll both regret it. He shakes his head, but there's more than hunger in his eyes as he stares at my lips. Naturally, I whisper, but knowing I'll regret it doesn't stop me from wanting it. Wanting him. Regretting is a problem for future Violet. Fuck it. 1 second he's out of reach, and the next his mouth is on mine, hot and insistent. Gods, yes, this is exactly what I need. I'm trapped between the immovable stone of the wall and the hard lines of Zayden's body, and there's nowhere else I'd rather be. The thought should sober me. but all I do is lean in for more. He tunnels a hand through my hair, cradling the back of my head, angling me for a deeper kiss, and my lips part eagerly. He takes the invitation, sliding his tongue along mine with expert teasing strokes that have me clutching at his chest, fisting the materials of his shirt to pull him closer as desire dances up and down my spine. He tastes like churum and mint, like everything I'm not supposed to want, and yet can't help needing. And I kiss him back with everything I have, sucking on his lower lip and scraping my teeth over him. Violence, he moans, and the sound of the nickname on his lips makes me ravenous. Closer, I need him closer. As though he can hear my thoughts, he kisses me harder, claiming every line and curve of my mouth with a reckless edge that makes my body sing. He's just as needy as I am, and when he shifts his grip to my ass and picks me up, I wrap my legs around his waist and hold on like my life depends on this kiss never ending. The wall digs into my back, and I don't care. My hands are finally in his hair, and it's just as soft as I imagined. He kisses me until I feel thoroughly devoured and explored, and then he sucks my tongue into his mouth so I can do the same. This is complete and utter madness, and yet I can't stop. Can't get enough. I could live forever in this tiny slice of insanity if it means keeping his mouth on mine, leaving my world narrowed to the heat of his body and the skilled stroke of his tongue. His hips rock into mine, and I gasp at the delicious friction. He breaks the kiss, sliding his mouth across my jaw, my neck, and I know I'll do anything to keep him here with me. I want to feel his mouth everywhere. We're a tangle of tongues and teeth, questing lips and hands as the snow falls around us, and the kiss consumes me the same way the power had before. So thoroughly, I can feel it in every cell in my body. Need pulses between my thighs as I jolt at the simple knowledge that there's nothing he could do that I wouldn't welcome. I want him. Only him. Here, now, anywhere, whenever. I've never been this out of control over a single kiss. Never wanted someone the way I do him. It's exhilarating and terrifying at the same time because I know that in this moment he has the power to break me. And I'd let him. I surrender completely, melting into him, my body going plainant against him and losing that mental foothold he calls grounding. A flash of light burns behind my closed eyes, followed by the boom of thunder. Thunder snow isn't uncommon around here, but damn does it summarize how this feels. Wild and out of control. But then he breaks the kiss with a sharp gasp, his brow furrowing with something akin to panic before he slams his eyes shut. I'm still struggling to draw a full breath when he abruptly steps away from the wall and palms the back of my thighs, setting me on my feet again. He makes sure I'm steady and then retreats a few feet, like the distance will save his life. You have to go. His words are clipped and at odds with the heat in his eyes, his ragged breaths. Why? The cold is a shock to my system without his body heat. Because I can't. He rakes both hands through his hair and leaves them on top of his head. And I refuse to act on desire that isn't yours, so you have to walk back up those steps, now. I shake my head, but I want everything. This isn't your want. He tilts his head up at the sky. That's the fucking problem. and I can't leave you out here on your own. So have just a little mercy on me and go. Silence ices over between us as I get a hold of myself. He's saying no. And the shitty part about it isn't the chill of chivalrous rejection. It's that he's right. This started because I couldn't tell Taryn's emotions from my own. But those emotions are gone, aren't they? My door is wide open, and I don't feel anything coming from Taryn's direction. I manage to nod, and then I flee for the second time tonight, climbing the steps as quickly as possible to get back to the Citadel. My shields are open, but I don't bother stopping to shut the mental door, since Taryn isn't barging through. Common sense prevails by the time I reach the top, my thighs burning from the workout. Zayden stopped us from making a huge mistake. But I didn't. What the hell is wrong with me? And how could I have been a heartbeat away from ripping off my clothes to get closer to someone I don't like, and even worse, can't fully trust? It's harder than it should be to keep moving in the direction of my dorm room when all I want is to go right back down those stupid freaking steps. Tomorrow is going to suck. Alright, that is the end of chapter 22. It's a long one. Alright. Alright, so we will come back in a little bit to start chapter 23. I will warn you guys ahead of time, not yet though, when it does start getting saucy. I will admit there are some very saucy chapters in this one. Not as many as Iron Flame though, but there are some saucy ones. But we'll be back in a few, and just as a reminder, I'm going to run some ads, so yeah, I'll see you guys in a bit. So sorry. I was getting to that point to where, we only have like 2 chapters left, and I was not able to, last much longer to eat. So I had to get myself something really quick. I'm so sorry about that. I'm so sorry that took so long. Yeah, it took about 20-ish minutes. I'm so sorry again. Ugh. Might need to take a little bit because I ate something spicy. And when I eat spicy food very fast, my mouth does not calm down as much as it should. Ugh. Oof. Whew. Like, don't get me wrong, I love spicy food. But, alright. Maybe if I read, it'll help with the spice. Alright. Chapter 23. We are 2 chapters away from the end of today. We are... I think chapter 24 should be the end. Oh, not the end. Halfway mark in the book. Anyhow, chapter 23. I don't even know what I was thinking, I say to Rhiannon as I sit cross-legged on her bed, watching her pack her satchel with books for the afternoon. The relic on my back burns today, as if it needs to remind me that I can channel now, and I roll my shoulders to try and relieve the sensation, but it's impossible. My cloak has started. Or my clock has started. Blah. I'm adding letters. I can't believe you managed to wait this long to tell me. She lifts the canvas strap over her head and turns, leaning back against her desk. And that's not judgment, far from it. It's all for you exploring whatever it is you want to explore. I've been with Liam from the second I walked out the door this morning. Or I've been with Liam from the second I walked out the door this morning. And last night, I was a little too discombobulated to put it into words. The knot between my shoulders has me rolling my neck, looking for some relief. Give me 1 second. I think that spicy food brought my my nasaliness back. With flight lessons and Imogen using weight training to strengthen the muscles around my joints in hopes they won't subluxate as often, which is hit or miss right now. I'm a mass of aches and tightness. Between Taryn finally channeling and then everything else, it was just a night. Good point. A grin shapes her mouth, and her brown eyes sparkle. Was it good? Tell me it was good. That man looks like he knows exactly what he's doing. It was just a kiss. Heat singes in my cheeks at the blatant lie. But yeah, he knows exactly what he's doing. My brow furrows, my imagination running through the 1,000 different consequences of what I did last night, just like it has been all morning. Second thoughts. She tilts her head, studying me. You look like maybe there are third thoughts even. No, I shake my head. Well, maybe, but only if it makes stuff between us weird. Oh, excuse me. Right. Because you're stuck with him for the rest of your careers. Lives, too. Have you guys talked about what happens after he graduates? Her eyebrows rise. Oh, I bet you get the choice of duty stations. Wing leaders always get to pick. He'll get to pick, I grumble, toying with an errant string on my satchel. I will have to follow. Taryn and Sigil haven't been separated for years. Her last rider died almost 50 years ago, and as far as I know, she flew wherever and whenever she wanted to be near Taryn before Naolin. His last rider died in Tyrrendor. It's a 2-day flight to that part of our border, depending on where he's stationed. So what are we going to do next year after and the year after? Her lips purse. Not sure. Burge said we won't be able to be apart more than a couple of days. So does that mean one of you has to always follow the other? No clue. I think that's why most mated pairs bond with the same year, so they don't have these issues. How am I supposed to remain competitive next year if I'm constantly flying off to the front line with Taryn? How is Zayden supposed to be effective if he has to fly back here all the time? My face scrunches. He's the most powerful rider of our generation. He's going to be needed on the front, not here. For now, Rhiannon stares at me with intention, lifting her brows. He's the most powerful rider in our generation. For now. What? Three knocks have both of us looking toward her door. Liam asks, panic evident in his voice. Is Sorengale in there with you? Because Rhiannon opens the door, and Liam stumbles inside, catching his balance before his gaze sweeps the room, finding mine. There you are. I went to the bathroom, and you disappeared. No one's trying to assassinate her in my room, Mari. Rhiannon rolls her eyes. You don't have to be with her every second of every fucking day. Now give us 5 minutes, and then we'll start walking to class. She pushes at his chest, and he retreats, his mouth opening and shutting like he's trying to think of an argument, but can't, as she forces him out the door and shuts it in his face. He's, I sigh, dedicated. That's one word for it, she mutters. You think that guy owes Ryerson his life or something, the way he sticks to you like glue. He's pretty much told me that he does, but I keep that confidence to myself. Between Zayden's meetings, stopping time, and Darna's age, I'm starting to keep too many secrets. Oh! Her eyes light up, and she sits on the edge of the bed next to me. Something happened with me last night, too. Yeah? I pivoted to face her. Do go on. Alright. She takes a deep breath. I've only done it 3 times. Twice last night and once this morning, so be patient for a second. Of course, I nod. Watch the book on my desk. Got it. My gaze locks on the history textbook on the left-hand side of the desk. A minute passes, but I don't look away. Then the thing vanishes. What the hell, Rhi? I fly to my feet and whip my head toward her. What just... My mouth drops. She's holding the book, looking up at me with a wide grin. Is that the same book? I lean in just to see. Yep, it's the same. I guess I can summon? Her grin grows even wider. Holy shit! I grasp her shoulders in excitement. That's amazing! That's incredible! I don't even have words for what that is. Moving objects and locking doors are the small magics. The baseline of wielding that comes from our constant connection to our dragons. Through our relics, once they begin channeling. But making something disappear and bringing it to you, I haven't read about a signet power like that in a century. It's a hell of a signet. Right? She clutches the book in her to her chest. I can only do it from a few feet away, and I can't go through walls or anything. Yet, I correct her, joy bubbling through me. You can't go through walls yet, Rhi. That's the kind of rare signet that's going to make your entire career. I hope so. She stands, putting the book back on her desk. I just have to develop it. You will. I say it with the same assurance I feel. The three of us walk towards the academic wing minutes later, joined by Sawyer and Riddick as they come out of commons fresh from the library. I finished this for you, Liam says, handing me a figurine as we climb the wide spiral staircase to the third floor. It's Terran. He's even mastered his snarl. This is incredible. Thank you. Thanks. Liam gives me a grin, flashing his dimple. I wanted to carve in Darna first, but I'm not around her as much, you know? She's pretty private. We break off from the crowd, headed to the fourth floor, and I stash the dragon in my bag, then reach out and give him a hug. Really, I love it. Thank you. The hallway is crowded, but clears as we walk further down, nearing Professor Carr's room. You're welcome. He turns to Rhiannon. I'm starting for Ferg next. Or Ferg next. Ferg. Rhiannon jokes with Liam that she hopes he captures her full badassery, but I lose the rest of the conversation as I glance towards the floor-to-ceiling window before the entrance of up to the Battle Brief Tower, and my breath catches. Xaden is standing with the other wing leaders, locked in what looks to be a tense discussion. His arms folded across his chest. It took the commandant all of 5 minutes to appoint Lamani Zohar as wing leader for Third Wing after Amber was executed. But since she was already executive officer, it made the most sense. I'll never get over how quickly people move on around here, how callously death is swept under a rug and trampled on minutes later. Gods, Xaden looks good today, his brows slightly furrowed as he listens intently to something Lamani says, then nods. Hard to believe I had that mouth on mine last night, those arms wrapped around me. Forget second thoughts, I just want more. As if he feels me staring, Xaden lifts his head, his gaze collided with mine across the space with the same effect as a touch. My pulse skitters and my lips part. We're going to be late, Rhi reminds me, glancing back over her shoulder. Xaden looks behind me and his mouth tenses. Come on, Paige. Bye, can we talk? Dane asks, a little out of breath, like he's run to catch up to me. Now, I rip my gaze from Xaden's and turn to face the person I thought was my best friend. Dane grimaces, rubbing a hand behind his neck and nods. I tried to catch you after formation, but you disappeared pretty quickly, and after what happened last night, I figured now is better than later. It might be convenient for you to want to talk after weeks of ignoring me, but I have class right now. I grip the strap of my satchel. We have a couple of minutes. The plea in his eyes is so heavy that I feel the weight of it on my chest. Please. I glance at Rhiannon, who is glaring at Dane with her true feelings for once, instead of the deference owed him as our squad leader. I'll be right in. She glances at me and then nods, heading into Carr's room with the rest of our squad. Sorry. I'm so sorry that I'm having to clear my throat so much. I follow Dane out of the doorway and to a place along the wall where we won't obstruct traffic. You let Terran share your memory with everyone instead of just showing me yourself, he blurts, his hands falling to his sides. I'm sorry? What the hell is he talking about? When all that shit went down with Amber, I asked you to show me what happened, and you refused. He shifts his weight, just one of his nervous tells, and the motion strips away some of my anger. When push comes to shove, when my oldest friend, even if he's being an ass. I didn't believe you, and that part is on me. He raises his hand over his heart. I should have believed you, but I couldn't reconcile the woman I knew with. Uh, I should have believed you, but I couldn't reconcile the woman I knew with what you were saying. And you didn't come find me after the attack either. Hurt laces his tone. I had to hear about it in formation, Vi. Regardless of the fight we had on the flight field, you're still you to me. And my best friend had been viciously attacked, nearly killed, and you didn't say a single word about it. You didn't ask, I say softly. You reached for my head like you were entitled to my memory after blatantly telling me you didn't believe me, and you demanded I show you. It's everything I can do to keep my voice even. 2 lines appear between his eyebrows. I didn't ask. You didn't ask. I'm gonna turn this down a little bit. I shake my head. And after being told countless times that I'm not tough enough for this place, not strong enough, well, what happened on the flight field was a long time coming between you and me. The worst part is that I knew you wouldn't believe me. It's why I almost didn't tell Zayden who it was, because I was sure he wouldn't believe me either. But he did. Dane's voice drops, and his jaw ticks. And he was the one who killed them in your bedroom. Because Taryn told Sagail. I fold my arms across my chest. Not because he was already there or anything, and I know you hate him. You have every reason to hate him too. He reminds me, reaching for me before thinking better of it, and drawing his hand back. I know that, I counter. His father put an arrow in Brennan's chest, according to the battlefield reports. I live with that knowledge every day. But don't you think he sees me and remembers that my mother put his father to death? The right words are hard to find. It's complicated between us. Images of last night flood my mind, and Zayden's first smile to that last brush of his lips, and I shove them away. Dane flinches. You trust him more than you trust me? It's not an accusation, but it stings all the same. That's not it. My stomach twists. Wait, is it true? I have to trust him, Dane. Not with everything, of course. Shit, I'm tying myself in knots here. Neither of us can do anything about Sagail and Taryn being mated. And trust me, neither of us likes the situation. But we have to figure out a way through it. We don't have a choice. Dane mutters a curse, but he doesn't disagree. I know you just want to keep me safe, Dane, I whisper. But keeping me safe is keeping me from growing too. He blinks at me, and something shifts between us. Like, maybe, just maybe, he's finally ready to hear me. When you told me that this place strips everything away from you to reveal what's underneath, I was afraid. What if underneath the brittle bones and fragile ligaments, there was just more weakness? Only this time, I wouldn't be able to blame my body. You've never been weak to me, Vi. Dane starts, but I shake my head. Don't you get it? I interrupt. It doesn't matter what you think. It only matters what I think. And you were right. But the Writer's Quadrant stripped away the fear and even the anger about being thrown into the quadrant. And it revealed who I really am, at my core. Dane, I'm a writer. Taryn knew it, and Darna knew it. It's why they chose me. And until you can stop looking for ways to keep me in a glass cage, we aren't going to get past this, no matter how many years of friendship we have between us. He glances over my shoulder. And what? Ryerson gets a free pass for his control issues? Because last time I checked, Liam was moved into our squad specifically to shadow you. It's an excellent point. Liam is around because even the strongest rider can't watch their back for more than 30 unbonded cadets gunning for them. And if I die, Xaden dies. What's your excuse? Dane tenses like a statue, only the muscle of his jaw ticking before he eventually leans forward and whispers, "Look, you don't know everything there is to know about Xaden, Vi. I have a higher security clearance due to my signet, and you need to be careful. Xaden has secrets, reasons to never forgive your mother, and I don't want him to use you to get his revenge." My hackles rise. There is a sliver of truth in what he's saying, but I don't have time to focus on the confusion that is Xaden right now. One screwed up relationship at a time. I narrow my gaze as Dane shuffles his feet again, a kernel of a suspicion growing in my chest. Wait, do you keep begging me to leave Bezgaia because you didn't think I could survive here? Or because you were trying to get me away from Xaden? I shake my head before he can answer. You know what? It's irrelevant. And I mean it. You only want to keep me safe. I appreciate that. But it stops now, Dane. Xaden is tied to me because of Sigale. Nothing more. I do not need protection. And if I do, I've got 2 badass dragons who have my back. Can you respect that? He reaches up to cut my cheek, and I hold his gaze, determined for him to understand he either starts valuing my choices, or we are never going to fix our friendship. All right, Vi. His eyes crinkle at the sides as his mouth turns up into a half smile. How can I argue with someone who has 2 badass dragons? A weight shifts in my chest, and suddenly I can breathe again. I toss him a cheeky grin. Exactly. I'm sorry for not asking for the memory. He drops his hands to my shoulder. You better get to class. And then he squeezes my shoulder gently before walking away. I let out a shaky breath and turn back to the door for Car's class. The hallway is empty. I head into Car's room, a massively long chamber with padded walls and no windows. The entire length is lit by chandeliers of mage lights bright enough to emulate daylight over 3 dozen students from 3rd and 4th wing, who are seated in rows on the floor, evenly spaced to give one another the most room. Rhiannon and Liam meet me at the door, and Professor Carr raises his bushy white brows at me when we approach, where he is positioned at the front of the room, dominating the space by doing nothing more than standing there. The man isn't just imposing, he's intimidating as fuck. I swallow, remembering how he snapped Jeremiah's neck. Finally ready to join us, Cadet Sorengale. There's no kindness in his eyes, merely shrewd, clinical observation. Yes, sir. I nod. He studied me like I'm a bug pinned to the wall in a biology room. Signet power? Not yet. I shake my head, keeping the whole time-stopping thing to myself, like Xaden suggested. You trust him more than you trust me? In this regard, Dane is right. The guilt drops my stomach. I see. He clucks his tongue, glancing over at me. You know, your siblings were both gifted by extraordinary signet powers. Mir's ability to manifest a ward around her and her squad has been an absolute asset to her wing, and she's been highly decorated for her valor behind enemy lines. Yes, Mir is an inspiration. I force a smile, more than aware of my sister's prowess on the battlefield. And Brennan, he looks away. Menders are so very rare, and to lose one so young was tragic. I think losing Brennan is the tragedy. I heft my satchel up higher on my shoulder, but the loss of his signet was a definite blow to the wings. He blinks twice and turns his chilling gaze back on me. Well, It seems the Sorengale line is blessed, even in a rider as, well, delicate as you are, with Terran having chosen you, will expect nothing but an earth-shattering signet from you. Take a seat. You can at least start with the lesser magics through your relic. He waves me off. No pressure, I mutter, as we walk to obviously empty places in the line with the rest of our squad. Don't stress, Rhiannon says, as we take our seats on the padded floor. That's what I was trying to remind you of earlier. You are Terran's rider. What do you mean? I set my satchel down next to me. You're all worried about the integrity of the wing because Ryerson might have to visit to keep his dragon happy, but Violet, he's not the most powerful rider in our generation. You are. She holds my gaze just long enough to let me know she means it. My heart lurches into my throat. Now let's begin, Carr calls out. Give me 1 second, let me reposition myself. December turns to January. Ground shield. Imagine closing the door. Build your walls. Sense who and what can access around you. Trace the bond to your dragon. Dragons in my case. Build a second entrance, a window, into the archive of my power for Andarna's golden energy. Block those bonds as far as you can. Visualize. Imagine a knot of power, not too intricate. No one's ready for that yet. In front of you. Then untangle it. Unlock the door. Visualize. Keep one foot firmly grounded at all times. You're useless unless you're connected to your power, and you're dangerous if you can't contain it. There is only the in-between that makes you a great writer. Envision your power like a hand, gripping that pencil and bringing it toward you. Pick it up. No, not like that. Try again. No, again. Visualize. I study for tests. I prep for fights. I lift weights with Imogen. I wonder how long Xaden is going to make me put in hours on the mat with Rhiannon. I win my first challenge, earning a dagger from a girl in Second Wing. But the most exhausting assignment is spending endless hours in the archive of my mind, learning which door is Terran's and which belongs to Andarna. Then working diligently to separate the two. It turns out that while my power might flow from my dragons, the ability to control it comes from my own exertion, and there are nights I fall into bed, plunging into sleep before I've even removed my boots. By the end of the second week in January, I'm not only pissed that Xaden hasn't bothered to talk to me about that kiss, but exhausted. And that's without a signet power manifesting, draining my energy to control it. Riddick can wield ice, which might be a more common signet, but it's impressive to see. Sawyer's metallurgy powers grow every day. Liam can see a single tree miles away. I guess I can stop time, but I'm not willing to drain Andarna just for the sake of trying again. Not when it took her more than a week of straight sleeping to recover. Without a signet, all I can wield are the lesser magics. I can finally use an ink pen, lock a door, and open it. I'm a party trick. Whoop. By the third week in January, I earned yet another dagger in a challenge against a guy in Third Wing. My second without weakening my opponent with poisons. It leaves me with a sore wrist, but my joints are intact. And in the fourth week, during the coldest weather I've ever experienced at Asgaiath, I sneak out in the middle of the night to see the challenge board. Jack has finally been given the chance to end me on the mat tomorrow. He's going to kill me. That's all I can think as I dress for the morning, sheathing all of my daggers in the most advantageous places. He's going to try. Taryn is up early. Any advice? I know Liam is waiting for us to make the library run before breakfast. Don't let him. I scoff. He makes it sound so damned simple. We're already on our way back from the library when I finally work up the nerve to talk to Liam about it. If I tell you something, will you report it to Xaden? His head whips in my direction as he pushes the cart over the bridge between the quadrants. What do you think? Oh, come on. I roll my eyes. We both know you report just about everything I do. I'm not ignorant. Snow pelts the windows, making a dull chiming sound. He worries. I alleviate worries. He glances at me again before looking forward. I know it's not fair. I know it's a breach of your privacy, but it's nothing compared to what I owe him. Yeah, I got that part. I hurried ahead and opened the thick, heavy door into the citadel so he can pass through. Maybe I should rephrase my question. If I were to tell you something and ask you specifically to keep that one thing between the two of us, would you agree? Are we friends, or am I just your assignment? He pauses while I shut the door, and I could tell he's thinking by the way he drums his fingers on the handle of the cart. Would me keeping it to myself alter your safety in any way? No. I catch up to him, and we start along the incline that will eventually split into two tunnels. One toward the dormitory and the other toward commons. There's nothing you can do, and that's the point. We're friends. Tell me. He grimaces. I'll keep it to myself. Jack Barlow is going to be allowed to challenge me today. He stops walking, so I do, too. How do you know that? And that is why I'm asking you to keep it to yourself. I cringe. Just try to trust that I know. The instructors can't let that happen. He shakes his head, panic creeping into his eyes. They're going to. I shrug. Sorry. Pulling my sleeves down. I shrug, forcing a tight smile. He's been asking since the first day, so it's not like we didn't see this coming. Point is, Jack is going to challenge me today, and when he does, you can't step in, no matter what. I hate that I'm having to reposition myself so much today. His blue eyes widen. Vi, if we tell Ryerson, he can put a stop to it. No. I reach for his hand and lay mine on top of it. He can't. My stomach twists, but at least I'm not puking like I did when I found out. There's only so much Xaden can do to protect me, both here and once we're on the front lines. You and I both know that if he stops this, there will be an uproar in the quadrant after what happened to Amber. And you expect me to stand there and watch whatever happens happen? He asks, incredulous. Just like you have the last two challenges. I forced another smile. Don't worry. I'm going to use everything I have to my advantage. And everything I have is currently in a vial tucked into the tiny pocket of my waist. I don't like this. He shakes his head. Yeah, well, that makes two of us. There's no flight field today. The dragons have deemed it too cold to fly over the last week, which means we're all headed to the sparring gym after formation. I don't bother with breakfast, but I pay close attention to every single thing on Jack's tray as I walk by, noting that what's there and what isn't. My heart pounds a chaotic, nauseating rhythm by the time all 81 of the surviving first years gather in the gym. Professor Emiterio calls out the challenges one by one, assigning them to a mat. At least we'll all fight at once. which means not every writer will be watching. At least Xaden isn't here, which means Liam kept his word. Mat 17. Jack Barlow from First Wing versus... His eyebrows rise, and he takes a deep breath. Violet Sorengale. Thank God Rhiannon's already across the floor ready to challenge a woman from Third Wing, so she doesn't have to see how the blood drains from Liam's face. She shouldn't have to see any of this. Sawyer's gone too, over at Mat 9. No fucking way, Riddick mutters, shaking his head. Finally! Jack throws his hands in the air like he's already won. Let's do this. I roll my shoulders and head for the mat. Neither Liam nor Riddick is called to the mat today, so they walk at my sides. Tell me I can break the promise, Liam begs, and the pleading look in his eyes tells me exactly what a shitty position I've put him in. The third years are off doing third-year things, I tell him as my toes touch the mat. You can't get him here in time, but I know what it means to you to keep your word, especially with him. Go ahead. He looks from me to Riddick. Guard her like you're me. You mean like I'm 6 inches taller and built like a bull? Riddick gives him a thumb up. Sure, I'll do my best. In the meantime, you better run. Liam's gaze finds mine. Stay alive. Working on it, and not just for my sake. I give him a smile. Thanks for being a great shadow. His eyes widen a split second before he sprints out of the gym. Barlow and Sorengale, Emetario calls from the opposite side of the mat. Weapons? Jack bounces like a kid who's just been given a gift. Anything she could hold in those puny hands of hers. The look in his eyes sends a shiver of apprehension down my spine. I step onto the mat, and Jack does the same, walking forward until we're at the center, facing each other. No wielding, Emetario reminds us. Tap out or knockout earns you a victory. Pretty sure everyone gathered around this mat knows that Jack isn't going for either of those options. If he gets his hands around my neck, I'm dead. That whole I die, Xaden dies thing is really just a hypothesis, right? I ask, unsheathing the daggers that are hardest to reach during a fight. The ones in my boots. One I'd rather not put to the test, Taryn growls. I stand, gripping the handles of my daggers as Jack faces me with a single knife. You're kidding, right? Only one? I only need one. He grins with sickening excitement. Go for the gullet, Taryn suggests. I don't have the energy to block you out right now, so I'm going to need you to be quiet for a few minutes here. An answering growl is the only response I get. Keep it clean, Emetario warns. Go. My heart drums so loudly I can hear it in my ears as we begin to circle each other. Offense. Now, strike first. Taryn snaps. Not helping. Jack lunges, striking out with his knife, and I slice my dagger across the back of his hand, drawing first blood. Shit! He jumps back, his cheeks blotching. That's what I want. What I need to win this match. For him to get so angry that he acts without thinking and makes a mistake. He dances forward and then kicks out, aiming for my midsection, and I stumble back, narrowly avoiding the blow. Bet you wish you could throw that blade, don't you? He taunts, knowing I won't break the rule when it can hurt someone in the matches going on around us. Bet you wish you didn't know what it feels like to dig out one of my knives, don't you? I retort. His lips press into a thin line before he comes at me in a series of punches and swipes with his dagger. I can't deflect. He's too strong for me, and as evidenced by the dagger he easily kicks out of my hand. So I use my speed, ducking and diving while getting in another cut. This one along his forearm. Damn it, he rages, twisting to follow as I come around his back. He catches me off guard, locking onto my arm and flipping me over his back to the mat. I take the blow on my shoulder and wince, but there's no sound of tearing or snapping. Thanking Imogen will be my first order of business if I make it out of this. Keeping my arm locked, Jack thrusts his knife straight at my chest, but it's deflected by my vest, skimming along my ribs and lodged into the mat. He's using death blows, Riddick shouts. That's not allowed. Pull it back, Barlow, Emetario bellows. What do you think, Sorengale? Jack whispers in my ear, holding me immobile with my arm behind my back. Admit it, you and I both knew it would be like this between us. Quick, embarrassingly easy, fatal. Your precious wing leader isn't here to save you. No, but Xaden will suffer. If not worse, if Jack achieves his goal. The thought spurs me into action. Ignoring the pain, I throw my weight into a roll, subluxating my shoulder, but freeing myself from his grip when he gets tangled in my legs. Then I kick him straight into the balls. He hits his knees as I gain my feet, clutching himself as his mouth opens in a slight scream. Tap out, I order, picking up the dagger I dropped. I can cut you open at any second. Both you and I know if this were real life, you'd be done. If this were real life, I would have killed you the second you stepped onto the mat. He sees through his gritted teeth. Tap out. Fuck off. He throws his dagger. I throw up my hands to block, but it lodges in my left fucking forearm. Blood streams and pain sears the nerves along my arm, erupting with alarming poignancy, but I know better than to remove it. Right now, it's holding that wound as shut as it can. No throwing, Emetario shouts from the sidelines, but Jack is already moving, barreling toward me with a series of kicks and punches that I'm not ready for. His fist slams into my cheek, and I feel the skin split. His knee forces the air from my body when he rams it into my stomach. But I stay on my feet until his hand clasps my face. Agony fills every cell in my body as violent, vibrating energy rips through me as an intensity that makes it feel like he's cleaving ligament from bone, muscle from tendon. I scream as I am shaken by an internal force I don't understand. As though he's forcing his own power into my body, shocking me with 1,000 stings of vibrating energy. Now, if I don't do it now, he'll kill me. My vision is already darkening at the edges. I reach a trembling hand into the pocket of my leathers and thumb open the stopper of the vial. His sadistic grin and a red rim around his eyes are all I can see as he forces more and more power into my body. But his hands are occupied, and he's too obsessed with his victory to hear that I've stopped screaming, to see that I'm moving. He's using his powers, Riddick roars, from the corner of my decreasing vision, I see movement on both sides. I shove the vial against Jack's smile so hard I feel one of his teeth break. Hands reach for us both, and I hear Riddick and Emetario cry out, jerking their hands away after contact. Whatever Jack is doing is transferring from me to them by touch. My teeth rattle as the pain consumes me, my body fighting to pass out, to escape the unbearable torture, but I refuse to succumb to the darkness until Jack wheezes. His eyes fly impossibly wide, and he drops his hands, clutching his own neck as his airways close. My knees give way, my body still shuddering as I hit the mat, but so does Jack, heaving and clawing at his neck, and his face turns purple. Riddick's face is in mine within seconds. Breathe, Sorrengail. Just breathe. What the hell is wrong with him? Someone asks as Jack rides. Oranges, I whisper to Riddick as my body finally gives out. He's allergic to oranges. I fall into nothingness. When I wake, I'm not on the mat, and I can tell by the windows of the Healer Quadrant infirmary that night has fallen. I've been out for hours, and that's not Riddick lounged in the chair next to my bed, glaring at me like he'd like to kill me himself. It's Xaden. His hair is tousled, like he's been tugging at it. He's flipping a dagger end over end, catching it by the tip without so much as looking at it before sheathing it at his sides. Oranges. All right, so that is the end of chapter 23. Um, dang, that one was. All right, we'll be back in a little bit to read chapter 24, the last chapter of the night. Whew, so sorry. That took longer than planned, because, you know, IBS is a bitch. Anywho. Let's start with chapter 24, shall we? Alright. Chapter 24. I moved to scoot up the bed so I can sit, but the pain in my arm reminds me that there was a dagger in it a couple of hours ago. Now it's bandaged. How many stitches? 11 on one side and 19 on the other. He arches a dark brow and leans forward, bracing his elbows on his knees. You turned oranges into a weapon, Violence? I wiggle into a sitting position and shrug. I worked with what I had. Seeing as it kept you alive, kept us alive, I can't really argue, and I'm not going to ask how it is you always know who you'll end up challenging. There's definite anger in that gaze, but a touch of relief too. Telling Riddick allowed Emetario to get him here in time. Unfortunately, he's 5 beds down from you, and he'll live. Unlike the second year a row over, you could have killed him, saved us all a lot of drama. I didn't want to kill him. I roll my shoulder, testing it, sore, but not dislocated. My face is tender too. I just wanted him to stop killing me. You should have told me. The accusation rips from his lips in a snarl. And you could have done nothing about it. Besides make me look weak. I narrow my eyes at him. And you haven't exactly been around to talk about anything in weeks, so I didn't know better. I think that kiss scared you. Shit, I didn't mean to say it. That's not up for discussion. Something flashes in his eyes, and is quickly replaced by a cool mask of indifference. Seriously? I should know better, considering he's avoided it for this long. It was a mistake. You and I are going to be stationed together for the rest of our lives, never able to escape the other. Getting involved, even on a physical level, is a colossal blunder. No point talking about it. I barely keep from clutching at my chest to see if all of my organs are where they're supposed to be, since it feels like he just eviscerated me with 4 sentences. But he had been just as into it as I was. I was there, and there was no mistaking that kind of enthusiasm. But maybe it was the churum. What if I want to talk about it? Then feel free, but it doesn't mean I have to be a part of the conversation. We're both allowed our boundaries, and this is one of mine. The finality in his tone makes my stomach curdle. I'll agree that keeping my distance didn't work out so well, but if today's little stunt was about getting my attention, then congratulations, it's yours. I don't know what you're talking about. I swing my feet to the side of the bed. I need my boots and to get the hell out of here before I make an even bigger fool of myself. Apparently, I can't trust Liam to report deadly situations or Rhiannon to train you on the mat, seeing how easily Barlow had you pinned. So, as of this moment, I'm taking over. Taking over what? My eyes narrow. Everything when it comes to you. The next day, during what should be our flight hours, if not for the howling sub-zero winds outside, Xaden has me on the mat. Fortunately, he has his shirt on. So, I'm not distracted by what I know is under it. No, he's not only wearing fighting leathers and boots, he's strapped to the nines with what looks to be a dozen different daggers in a dozen different sheaths. Is it absolutely toxic that I'm attracted to this look on him? Probably, but one look and my temperature rises. Leave your blades off the mat, he instructs, and nearly a dozen riders glance our way from other mats. At least Liam has been given the time to go train himself a couple of mats over against Dane. A first. Most of the squads are in here. Sorry, my teeth are starting to hurt here. Most of the squads are in here making use of the unexpected free time, so thankfully everyone is busy training, instead of watching us. But you're armed, I glance, pointing at his sheaths. You either trust me or you don't. He tilts his head to the side, slightly exposing more of the rebellion relic curving up around his neck. The same relic I caressed with my hands while he had me against the Foundation wall more than a month ago. Nope, not thinking about that. But my body has no problem remembering. I blow out my breath in a long sigh and step to the edge of the mat, unsheathing every dagger I own and the ones I've won, then laying them on the floor. I'm unarmed. Happy now? I turn to face him, putting my arms out. The long sleeve covers a bandage on my arm, but the throb is insistent. Though we probably could have waited a couple of days for my arm to heal up before doing this. The stitches pull, but I've had worse. No. He shakes his head, unsheathing one of his daggers and walking forward. The enemy doesn't give a shit if you're wounded. They'll use it to their advantage. If you don't know how to fight in pain, then you'll get us both killed. Fine. I shift my body weight in annoyance. Little does he know I'm almost always in pain. It's pretty much my comfort zone. That's actually a good point, so I'll let you have it. Thank you for being so gracious, he smirks, and I ignore the immediate surge of warmth low in my belly. He flips his palm upwards, showing me the dagger with an oddly short blade. The problem isn't necessarily your fighting style. You're fast, and you've become pretty damned formidable since August. The problem is you're using daggers that are too easy to pluck out of your hands. You need weaponry designed for your body type. At least he didn't say weakness. I study the blade in his hand. It's beautiful, with a solid black hilt engraved with tearish knots. Old, mythical runes of intricate swirls and ties. The blade itself is clearly honed to lethal perfection. It's spectacular. It's yours. My head snaps up, but there's no lie in his onyx eyes. I had it made for you. His lips curve slightly. What? My mouth opens and my chest tightens. He took the time to have it made? Shit. That gives me feelings I really don't want to have. Soft, confusing feelings. You heard me. Take it. Swallowing the illogical lump in my throat, I take the blade from him. It feels solid in my palm, but it is infinitely lighter than my other daggers. There's no strain on my wrists, and my fingers comfortably wrap around the hilt, making it much more secure than the knives I've left on the floor. Who made it? I know someone. In the quadrant? My eyebrows shoot up. You'd be surprised how resourceful you get after 3 years here. A smirk tugs at the corner of his mouth, and I openly stare before remembering where we are. It's incredible. I shake my head and hand it back to him. But you know I can't take it. The only weapons we're allowed to have are the ones we earn. Only challenges or weapons qualifications are acceptable. There's a crossbow I have my eyes on that I'm not quite an expert at yet. Exactly. He smiles for a flash of a second before moving with a speed I've never dreamed possible. He's even faster than Imogen, and he sweeps my feet from under me with one strike, taking me to the mat in a single move. The ease with which he has me on my back is simultaneously appalling and ridiculously hot, especially with the weight of his hips settled between my thighs. It takes all my willpower not to reach up and brush the stray lock of hair from his forehead. It was a mistake. Well, if that memory doesn't cool me right off. And what point are you making with this little move? I ask, well aware that he's done it all without knocking the wind out of me. There are a dozen of these daggers strapped to my body, so start disarming me. He lifts a sardonic brow. Unless you don't know how to handle an opponent on top of you, and if so, that's a whole other issue. I know how to handle you on top of me, I challenge quietly. He lowers his mouth to my ear. You won't like what happens if you push me. Or maybe I will. I turn, just enough that my lips brush the shell of his ear. He jerks up, and the heat in his gaze makes me all too aware of everywhere our bodies connect. Disarm me before I test that theory in front of everyone in this gym. Interesting. I didn't take you for an exhibitionist. Keep pushing, and I guess you'll find out. His gaze drops to my mouth. I thought you said kissing me was a mistake. I don't care if the entire quadrant is watching, if that means he'll kiss me again. It was, he smirks. I'm just teaching you that blades aren't the only way to disarm an opponent. Tell me, Violence, are you disarmed? Arrogant ass. I scoff and start plucking knives from their sheaths, flinging them across the mat while he watches with impatient amusement. Then I lock my legs around his hips and force a roll to the left, putting Xaden on his back. Willingly, of course. There's no way I'm kneeling on top of him if he doesn't want it that way. But I throw a forearm against his collarbone with the pretense of pinning him anyway and proceed to steal the other daggers he had sheathed along his side. And lastly, I say with a smile, leaning forward, our heated bodies nearly flushed as I snatch the dagger right out of his hand, thank you. The final blade secure, Xaden throws his palms to the mat and shoves with unnatural strength, arching his back again until my spine kisses the mat again. That's, I suck in a breath, the move shocking me to my toes and lodging him firmly between my thighs. It makes everything I have not to arch up against him and see if he really thinks that kiss was a mistake. Not fair to use your powers on the mat. Magical, sexual, whatever it is, it's all unfair. That's the other thing. He jumps to his feet and offers his hand. I take it, my head rushing as I stand. Not now. Do not get dizzy. Empyrean doesn't allow powers in order to level the playing field when it comes to challenges. But out there, the field is anything but level. You need to learn to use whatever you've got. I can't do much besides ground, shield, and move a piece of parchment. I sheath the new dagger, then collect the others and do the same. They really are lovely, all marked with different runes. It's a shame there are so many parts of Tirish culture that were lost centuries ago during the unification, including most runes I don't even know what they all mean. Well, looks like we're going to have to work on that too, he sighs, and takes up a fighting stance. Now, earn your nickname and try your best to kill me. February flies by in a blur of exhaustion. Xaden takes every unscheduled moment of my day, and Dane's gritted his teeth more than once when the wing leader has pulled me out of squad training because he has something infinitely more important for me to do. Which usually ends with me getting my ass handed to me repeatedly on the mat. But I have to say, he doesn't baby me like Dane, and he doesn't take it easy on me like Rhiannon does. He pushes me to my physical limit every session, but never further. Usually leaving me a boneless, sweating heap on the sparring gym floor, gasping for breath. That's usually when Imogen reminds me that I'm needed in the weight room. I hate them both. Kind of. It's hard to argue with the results when I'm learning to take down the strongest fighter in the quadrant. I have yet to beat him, but I'm alright with that. It means he doesn't let me win. He also doesn't kiss me again, even when I push. March arrives with uncountable feet of snow that have to be shoveled before morning formation every day. And the moments the relic burns in my back and I feel like I might crawl out of my own skin if the power building within me doesn't release reminds me that I still don't have a signet. It's already almost been 3 months. Every morning I wake up wondering if today is the day I'll spontaneously combust. Charlotte Gunter, Captain Fitzgibbons reads from the death roll, his gloved hands slipping on the frozen parchment. It's warmer this week, but not by much. And Mushin Vedi, we commend their souls to Malik. Vedi? I ask Rhiannon, my eyebrows shooting up as formation ends. I didn't know him well, since he was in second wing, but the name is still a shock, considering he was rumored to be one of the best among us. You didn't hear? She pulls her fur-lined cloak closer around her neck. His signet manifested in the middle of Carr's class yesterday, and he bursts into flames. He burned himself to death? She nods. Tara said Carr thinks he was supposed to be able to wield fire, but it just overwhelmed him in the first rush, and he went up like a torch, Riddick adds. Kind of makes you glad your signet's still hiding, huh? Hiding is one way to put it. Other than the ability I'm supposed to even whisper about. I'm proving to be the one thing my mother hates. Average. And it's not as though I can go to Terran and Andarna for help. The signet is all about me. And I'm apparently not delivering. As the stinging relic on my back constantly reminds me, there's a tiny secret part of me that hopes my signet hasn't manifested yet, because it's different than the others, not only useful but meaningful, like Brennan's was. Definitely makes me want to skip class today, Rhiannon mutters, blowing on her hands to keep them warm. No skipping class, Dane admonishes, pinning us with a stare. We're weeks away from the squad battle, and we need every single one of you to do your best to win. Imogen snorts. Come on, Atos. I think we all know Second Wing has that squad in tail section that's going to smoke the rest of us. Have you ever seen them sprint up the gauntlet? Pretty sure they've been out there even though it's still covered in ice. We're going to win, Cianon, our executive officer proclaims, with a decisive nod. Sorengale here might slow us down on the gauntlet. She wrinkles her hawkish nose, but probably in the wielding department too, at the rate she's advancing. Gee, thanks. I fold my arms across my chest. Bet I can shield better than all of them combined. But Rhiannon's skills more than make up for that. Cianon continues, and we all know Liam and Heaton are both going to decimate on the match for the challenge competition. That only leaves flight maneuvers and whatever task the wing leaders come up with to judge this year. Oh, is that all? Man, I thought it was going to be hard. The sarcasm rolling off Riddick is thick enough to earn him a glare from Dane. We're down to 10 of you, Dane says, glancing over our group. 12 of us in total, which puts us at a slight disadvantage against a couple other squads. But I think we'll manage. We lost 2 of the new additions last week when the smaller one's signet manifested in battle brief, and they both froze to death in seconds, nearly taking out Riddick with the exposure too. He was treated for frostbite, but didn't have any permanent damage. Now Nadine and Liam are the only... are the only ones left from the batch we acquired after threshing. But in order to manage, I need you guys to get to class. He lifts his brows at me. Especially you. A signet would be great, if you can maybe make that happen. It's as if he can't decide how to treat me lately. As the first year who's struggling, but still here, or the girl he grew up with. I hate how unsettled everything feels between us, all wrongly sticky, like putting on clothes before you can dry after a bath. But it's still Dane. At least he's finally being supportive. She's going to She's going to miss Carr's class today, Zayden interrupts, appearing behind Sawyer, who hurries to clear a path. No, I'm not. I shake my head and ignore the quick jump of my pulse at the sight of him. She needs to go, Dane argues, then grits his teeth. I mean, unless the wing has more pressing matters for Cadet Sorengale, her time is best spent developing her wielding skills. Sorry, let me reposition myself here. And take a quick little drink. Eek. So sorry. I need to drink liquid more whenever I'm reading. I think we both know she's not going to manifest a signet in that room. She would have already if that was the key. I wouldn't wish the look Zayden levels Dane with on my worst enemy. It's not anger or even indignation. No, he looks annoyed, as if Dane's complaints are entirely beneath him, which according to our chain of command, they are. And yes, the wing has more pressing matters for her. Sir, I'm not just comfortable with her going a day without at least practicing her wielding, and as her squad leader, he doesn't know that Zayden's been giving me extra wielding sessions while we spar. For Dune's sake, Zayden sighs. Invoking the goddess of war, he reaches into the pocket of his cloak and takes out a pocket watch, holding it in his outstretched palm. Pick it up, Sorengale. I glance at the two men and wish they'd just sort their shit out between themselves. But there's about a 0% chance of that happening. For the sake of expediency, I throw my mental feet my mental feet into the floor of the archives. White hot power flows around me, raising goosebumps on my arms and lifting their hair out of the back of my neck. Raising my hand, I envision the power twining between my fingers, and little shocks blossom along my skin as I give form of the energy, making it a hand of its own as I ask it to stretch the few feet that separate me from Zayden. There's an abrupt halt, as though my tendrils of raw magic hit a wall, but then it gives, and I push forward, keeping tight control of the blazing hand. There's a crackle in my head, like the dying embers of a fire, as my powers brush Zayden's hand, and I close my mental fist around the pocket watch and then pull. It's fucking heavy. You got this, Rhiannon urges. Let her concentrate, Sawyer chides. The watch plummets for the ground, but I snap my hand back, yanking on my power as though it's a rope, and the watch flies towards me. I catch it with my left hand before it can smack me in the face. Rhiannon and Riddick clap. Zayden walks forward and plucks the watch from my fingers, dropping it into his cloak. See? She's practiced. Now we have things to do. He puts his hand on the small of my back and leads me out of the crowd. Where are we going? I loathe the way my body demands I lean back into his touch, but I miss it the second it's gone. I'm assuming you're not wearing flight leathers under that cloak. He opens the door to the dormitory for me, and I walk inside. The motion is so easy that I know it's not only practice, but second nature. Which is at complete odds with, well, everything I've come to know about him. I pause, looking at him like we're meeting for the first time. What? He asks, closing the door behind us and shutting out the blustering cold. You opened the door for me. Old habits die hard, he shrugs. My father taught me that. His voice dies abruptly, and his gaze falls away, every muscle in his body locking as though he's preparing for an attack. My heart aches at the look that crosses his face, recognizing it well, grief. Don't you think it's a little cold for flying? I ask, changing the subject in an attempt to help. The pain in his eyes is the kind that never dies, the kind that rises like an unpredictable tide and floods the shoreline without mercy. He blinks and it's gone. I'll wait here. I nod and hurry to change into the fur-lined leathers we're issued for winter flight. He has the unreadable mask on when I return, and I know there won't be any more doors held on my account today. We walk out across the emptying courtyard as cadets scurry off to classes. You didn't answer me. About what? He keeps his eyes on the gate to the flight field path, and I have to damn near scurry to keep up with his strides. About it being cold for flight. Third years have flight field this afternoon. Koiy and the other professors are just taking it easy on you guys since the squad battle is coming up, and they know you need the practice in wielding. Sorry. He pushes open the gate and I hurry after him. But I don't need the practice. My voice echoes in the tunnel. Winning the squad battle is nothing in the scheme of keeping you alive. You'll be on the front lines before the rest of them come next year. The mage lights play off the harsh angles of his face, casting sinister shadows as we pass each one. Is that what's going to happen next year? I ask as we come out the other side, the snow whittling out my vision, or whiting out my vision momentarily. It's piled high on each side of the path, the result of this heavy winter. I'm going to the front lines? Inevitably. There's no telling how long Sigale and Terran will tolerate being separated. My best guess is that we'll both have to sacrifice to keep them happy. He's clearly not so happy about it himself, but I can't blame him. After 3 years in the quadrant, I'd want to get the hell out too. My stomach sinks as I realize I'll be in his shoes when I graduate as well, with no real control on how our dragon's bonds dictates my future posts. I nod, not knowing what else to say, and we walk to the gauntlet in companionable silence. Second wing, I note, watching the squad from tail section slip and slide their way across the gauntlet. You sure you don't want your own squads out here practicing? A corner of his mouth lifts, and that inhuman facade of his cracks. When I was a first year, I thought winning was the pinnacle too. But once you're in your third year, you see the things that we do. His jaw flexes. Let's just say that the games are a lot more lethal. We head towards the staircase that leads to the flight field, but there's already a group coming down, so I move back to let them descend first. My heart launches into my throat as they come closer, and I snap my frame to an attention stance. My spine stiffening. It's Commandant Panchik and Colonel Atos. Reaching the ground first, Dane's dad offers me a smile. At ease. You're looking well, Violet. Nice flight lines. He says, gesturing to the ones on his own cheekbones that's come from flight goggles. You must be getting a lot of airtime. Thank you, sir. I am. I relax my posture and can't help but return the favor, but my lips are tight. Dane is doing well, too. He's my squad leader this year. He's told me. He grins, his brown eyes just as warm as Dane's. Mira asked about you while we were touring the southern wing last month. Don't worry. You'll get your letter privileges in second year, and then you can keep in touch more often. I'm sure you miss her. Every day, I nod, pushing past the swell of emotion that admission brings out. The admission brings. It's so much easier to pretend there's nothing outside the walls than to wallow in how much I miss my sister. Zayden stiffens at my side as Mom steps out of the stairwell. Oh shit. Mom? I blurt out. Her head turns, her eyes meeting mine. It's been more than 5 months since I'd seen her. And even though I want to be as composed as she is, as compartmentalized, words, I just can't. I'm not built like she is, like Mira is. I'm my father's daughter. Her assessing gaze sweeps over me with all the familiarity of a commanding general and a Basgaiath cadet. And there's no warmth in her expression as she finishes her per usual. I hear you're having trouble wielding. I blink and step backward, as though physical distance is going to shelter me from the icy rebuke. I have the best shields in my gear. For the first time, I'm actually glad I haven't manifested a signet, haven't given her something to brag about. With a dragon like Terran, I would certainly hope so. She cocks an eyebrow. If not all of that incredible, invaluable power will have been. Her sigh is a puff of steam in the air, squandered. I try my best to swallow the growing knot in my throat. Yes, General. You have been the topic of some conversation, though. Her gaze skims the top of my head, and I know she's looking at the silver-tipped braid she thinks marks me as a curse. The hair she told me I was better off cutting. Oh? She actually talks about me. We're all wondering what powers, if any, you're wielding from the Golden Dragon. Her lips form a smile. I'm sure she thinks it's soft, but I know her too well to fall for it. No. The single word from Terran rumbles through my entire body. Do not speak of it. Nothing yet. I drag my tongue over my chapped lower lip. Winter is hell on the skin during flight. And Darna told me that Feathertails are known for being unable to channel power to their rider. Only their direct gifts, but I'm not about to say that. It's why they don't bond often. Or ever, Dane's dad chimes in. We were actually hoping that you might ask your dragon to allow us to study her, for purely academic purposes, of course. My stomach sours. The group of them would poke and prod Andarna for gods know how long to appease their academic curiosities, and they might stumble onto the untapped power of young dragons. No thank you. Unfortunately, I don't see her being comfortable with that. She's pretty private, even with me. Pity, Colonel Atos says. We've had the scribes on it since threshing, and the only references they could find in the archives about the power of Feathertails is hundreds of years old, which is funny because I remember your father doing a bit of research about the second Croveland uprising. And he mentioned something about Feathertails, but we can't seem to find that tome. He scratches his forehead. Mom looks at me with expectation as though to ask me without actually asking. I don't believe he finished his research on that particular historical event before he died, Colonel Atos. I couldn't even tell you where his notes are. The words are as true as I can make them. I know exactly where his notes are. In the one location he spent the majority of his after hours time. But there's something about Terran's warning that makes me simply unable to tell them. Too bad, Mom forces another smile. Glad to see you're alive, Cadet Sorengale. Her gaze flashes sideways and instantly hardens to steel. Even if the company you're forced to keep is more than questionable. Shit. I can't step in front of Xaden and make him look weak. I can't even glance his way without telling my mother where my allegiance lies, without telling myself. I always felt that we resolved any of those questions years ago, Xaden says, his voice low, but he's gone taut as a bowstring next to me. Mom turns towards the Citadel in clear dismissal. Do see if you can master some kind of signet, Cadet Sorengale. You have a legacy to live up to. Yes, General. The informal words cost more than I'm prepared to admit. Ripping into the confidence that it takes me nearly 8 months to build, with talon-sharp precision. Good to see you, Violet. Dane's dad offers me a sympathetic smile, and Panchek outright ignores us, running to catch up with Mom. I don't say a word to Xaden before I climb the stairs, each step making me only angrier until I'm a ball of rage by the time I reach the top of the cliffside. You didn't tell her about how you got out of the attack in your bedroom? He says. It's a statement, not a question. And I'm not talking about me showing up. I know exactly what he's talking about. I don't even see her, and you told me not to tell anybody. Didn't realize I was quite like that. Didn't realize it was quite like that between you, Xaden says, his tone surprisingly soft as we start down the box canyon toward the flight field. Oh, that's nothing, I toss out, intentionally making my tongue as flippant as possible. She spent almost an entire year ignoring me when Dad died. A self-deprecating laugh slips past my lips, which was almost as wholesome as the years she spent barely tolerating my existence because I wasn't perfect like Brennan or a warrior like Mira. I shouldn't be saying these things. These are the thoughts families keep behind their doors so they can wear their polished, perfect reputations like armor when in public. She doesn't know you very well then, Xaden remarks, keeping pace with my furious strides. I scoff. Or she sees right through me. Problem is, I'm quite never sure which it is. I'm too busy trying to live up to whatever impossible standards she sets to ask myself if they're even standards that I give a shit about. My narrowed gaze swings to him. And what about that? And what was that about anyway? Saying that you resolved questions years ago? Just reminding her that I paid the price for my loyalty. His brows furrow as he... Sorry. His brow furrows, and he stares ahead of us. Paid what price? The question slips out before I can stop my foolish tongue. I can't help but remember what Dane said, that Xaden has reasons to never forgive my mother. Boundaries, violence. His head lowers for the span of a heartbeat, and when it rises, he's wearing that polished give no fucks mask he's so good at donning. Lucky for us, the strain of the moment is broken as Tyrion and Sigale land across the field ahead, accompanied by a shiny smaller dragon who makes me instantly smile. We're all flying today? I ask, following as he walks toward the trio. We're all learning today. You need to learn how to stay on, and I need to learn why the hell it's so hard for you, he answers, And Darna needs to learn how to keep up. Terran needs to learn how to share his space in a tighter flight formation, and every dragon but Sagail is too scared to fly closer. Terran chuffs in agreement as we approach. And what is Sagail learning? I ask, eyeing the giant blue dragon. Zathan grins. She's been leading for almost 3 years now. She's going to have to learn how to follow, or at least practice. Terran's chuff sounds suspiciously like a laugh, and she snaps at him, baring her teeth and coming within inches of his neck. Dragon relationships are absolutely incomprehensible, I murmur. Yeah? You should try a human one sometime. Just as vicious, but less fire. He mounts with an ease I envy. Now let's go. Okay. That was chapter 24. Alrighty. Alright, guys. So, that ends today. And it being a Sunday, our next reading session will be Saturday the 7th, where we will read through chapter 25 to chapter 30. Yay, I'm excited. Alrighty, guys. So I hope you all have a wonderful night. And I will see you all on the 7th. Bye-bye.